The man who changed how Americans die kept embalmed bodies in his closets. Preserved heads sat on tables in his Brooklyn parlour. Thomas Holmes had already embalmed 4,000 Civil War soldiers at $100 each when Mary Lincoln summoned him to the White House. Her husband's body would travel 1,700 miles by train, viewed by 1.5 million Americans over 3 weeks. What she didn't know, what none of them knew, was that this single funeral would empty the parlours of every home in America. Until 1910, the room where you watch television was called something else. It was called the parlour, and in that parlour families laid out their dead. They washed the bodies themselves, they dressed them in their finest clothes, they sat with them for days. Then, in a single generation, death left the home forever. The parlour became the living room because the dead no longer lived there. Tonight we trace that transformation. From the women who prepared their neighbours' bodies for half a crown, to the battlefield embalmers who followed the Civil War's carnage, to the professional funeral directors who made death their business. And at the centre of it all, tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4, the disease that sent the dying far from home, the disease that made shipping bodies back not a luxury, but a necessity. This is the story of how death became a profession, how what was once sacred became commercial, how what was once women's work became men's business, how the parlour became the living room. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're exploring one of the most profound and most overlooked transformations in human history. The moment when death stopped being something families did themselves in their own homes, with their own hands, and became something they paid strangers to handle. It is a transformation so complete that most people today have no idea it ever happened. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. This episode takes us through drawing rooms and battlefield tents, through White House grief and frontier cemeteries. We'll meet the eccentric doctor who displayed corpses in his shop window, the women whose ancient work was swept away, and the entrepreneurs who saw opportunity in sorrow. We'll follow Abraham Lincoln's body on its 1,700-mile journey and watch as a nation learned to see death differently. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through lamplit parlours and gaslit streets, through the smoke of battle and the silence of the grave, through a world where death was intimate and into a world where it became invisible. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a farmhouse in Pennsylvania, 1843. It is February, and the cold has seeped into every corner of the house. In the front parlour, the formal room, the best room, the room where company is received, a woman lies still. She's 37 years old. She's been coughing for 18 months. The consumption has finally taken her. Her husband stands in the doorway, unsure what to do, but the women know. They always know. Within the hour, 2 neighbour women arrive. They have done this before, many times before. They bring basins and clean cloths. They bring herbs to mask the smell of sickness. They ask the husband to leave, gently but firmly, and they close the door. What happens next is ancient. They wash the body with care, with tenderness, with the unhurried attention of women who understand that this is sacred work. They close the eyes, They tie the jaw shut with a strip of cloth so the mouth won't fall open. They dress her in her best dress, the one she wore to church, the one she was married in perhaps. They comb her hair. By evening she lies in the parlour in a simple pine coffin her husband built that morning. Candles burn at her head and feet. The mirrors have been covered with black cloth, an old superstition, to prevent her spirit from becoming trapped. The clock has been stopped at the hour of her death. For the next 3 days the family will keep vigil. Neighbours will come to pay respects, to sit with the living, to bring food. The children will be lifted up to kiss their mother's forehead one last time. And then, on the 3rd day, the men of the community will carry the coffin to the churchyard, and she will be buried in ground her family has owned for generations. No strangers will touch her. No chemicals will be injected into her veins. No one will charge a fee. This is how human beings had handled death for thousands of years. In homes by hands that knew the deceased, surrounded by community. Death was not hidden away. It was not outsourced. It happened in the same rooms where families ate and argued and celebrated. And then, in the space of a single generation, all of it changed. This is that story. To understand the transformation we're about to trace, we must first understand the world that existed before it. In early 19th century America, death was everywhere. It was woven into the fabric of daily life in ways we can scarcely imagine today. A woman might bear 8 children and bury 4 of them before they reach the age of 5. A man in his prime might be felled by typhoid, cholera, or consumption before his 40th birthday. Death was not something that happened in hospitals, behind closed doors, managed by professionals. Death happened at home, in the same bed where you were born, surrounded by the same faces that had surrounded you all your life. And when death came, families knew what to do. The knowledge had been passed down through generations, mother to daughter, neighbour to neighbour. How to close the eyes, how to wash the body, how long to wait before burial. These were not mysteries. They were simply part of life, as natural and necessary as knowing how to bake bread or mend a fence. The women who performed this work were called many things. Layers out, watchers, sometimes simply the women who help. In England they were paid half a crown for their services. In America sometimes they were paid, sometimes they simply came because that was what neighbours did. Often these were the same women who served as midwives, ushering life into the world at one end and ushering it out at the other. Historian Carol Weaver, studying Philadelphia city directories from the early 1800s, found these women listed as professionals, alongside nurses and midwives. They advertised their services. They had reputations to maintain. Death work was women's work, and it was respected work. But there were limitations to what families and neighbours could do. The human body, once life has left it, begins to decay. In summer, this process accelerates rapidly. Funerals had to happen quickly, within 2 or 3 days at most, and burial had to follow immediately. This meant that when someone died, their loved ones had to be nearby. A son working in a distant city might not make it home in time. A daughter married across state lines might never see her mother's face again. The undertaker, as he existed in this era, was not the figure we know today. The word itself simply meant someone who undertook tasks, any tasks. But by the early 19th century it had come to be associated with the men who made coffins. These were carpenters and cabinet makers, furniture builders who added coffin making as a sideline. The oldest funeral home in America, founded in Williamsburg, Virginia, in 1759, was started by a cabinet manufacturer named Anthony Hay, who simply began making coffins in addition to tables and chairs. These men did not handle bodies. They did not perform funerals. They built boxes, simple pine for the poor, polished hardwood for those who could afford it, and families did the rest themselves. And then came the 1860s. And then came the war. And then came a scale of death that would shatter every assumption about how the dead should be handled. Between 1861 and 1865, approximately 620,000 Americans died in the Civil War. To put that number in perspective, it was roughly 2% of the entire population. In today's terms, that would be nearly 7 million deaths. And here was the terrible mathematics that changed everything. Most of these men died far from home. They died in Virginia and Tennessee and Georgia, in places their families had never seen. They died by the thousands in single afternoons. And their families, mothers, wives, children waiting in Massachusetts and Ohio and Pennsylvania, wanted them back. How do you send a body from Gettysburg to Boston in July, across 400 miles of railroad without refrigeration? You don't. Not unless you find a way to stop decay. And so, out of the carnage of war, a new profession would be born. Out of the desperate need to reunite families with their dead, out of the terrible mathematics of 600,000 deaths in places far from home, a transformation would begin that would eventually reach into every home in America. The neighbour women would be displaced. The parlour would be emptied of its dead. The ancient ways of handling death, ways that had persisted for countless generations, would be swept away by the demands of modernity. Death was about to become a business. And business, once established, does not easily relinquish its territory. Before we can understand what was gained, we must understand what was lost. For centuries, the preparation of the dead was women's work. It was intimate work, performed by hands that had often known the deceased in life. And it was work that carried a particular kind of knowledge that was passed from mother to daughter, from experienced neighbour to young bride, in an unbroken chain stretching back beyond memory. The layer-out arrived soon after death. Sometimes she was a relative, sometimes a neighbour, sometimes a woman known throughout the community for her skill and her discretion. She brought her own supplies, basins, cloths, sometimes herbs or oils. She asked the family to give her privacy, and she began. The work followed a ritual order. First, the eyes were closed, gently pressed shut while still pliable, before rigor mortis set in. A coin might be placed on each eyelid to keep them closed. The jaw was tied shut with a strip of cloth wrapped under the chin and over the top of the head. Without this, the mouth would fall open as the muscles relaxed, an indignity no family wanted to see. Then came the washing. The body was undressed and bathed with clean water, sometimes scented with lavender or rosemary. This was not merely practical. It was an act of care, a final service to someone who could no longer care for themselves. The layer-out worked slowly, respectfully, talking softly to the deceased as she worked, as though they might still hear. After washing came dressing. The deceased was clothed in their finest garments. For a woman, this might be her wedding dress. preserved for decades for this very purpose. For a man, his Sunday suit. For a child, and there were so many children, perhaps a christening gown. The hair was combed and arranged. Sometimes a lock was cut and saved, a memento for the living to be woven into jewellery or pressed into a locket. The hands were positioned, often crossed over the chest or clasped as if in prayer. And then the body was placed in the coffin, which had been lined with white fabric, and the coffin was placed in the parlour. For her work, the layer-out was paid a small fee. In England, this was traditionally half a crown, a modest sum but not insignificant for a working-class woman. In America, the payment varied. Sometimes it was money, sometimes it was goods, a chicken, a length of cloth, preserved vegetables from the cellar. Sometimes, among close neighbours, it was nothing at all. The understanding was that when death came to your own house, the favour would be returned. This system worked because communities were small and stable. People lived their whole lives in the same village, knew their neighbours intimately, and understood their obligations to one another. Death was not a private matter. It was a community event, and the community had roles to play. But as the 19th century progressed, those communities began to fracture. Young people left farms for cities. Immigrants arrived from distant countries without the networks of kin and neighbour that had sustained their ancestors. And in the anonymous streets of Boston and New York and Philadelphia, families found themselves facing death without the women who knew what to do. Every respectable home in 19th century America had a parlour. It was the front room, the formal room, the room where guests were received. The furniture was the best the family could afford. Horsehair sofas, velvet chairs, polished tables. The windows were draped in heavy fabric. The mantelpiece held the family's treasures, a clock perhaps, or photographs of stern-faced ancestors. The parlour was not a room for everyday living. Children were not encouraged to play there. The family gathered in the kitchen, in the sitting room, in spaces where spilled milk and muddy boots were expected. The parlour was reserved for occasions, for entertaining the minister when he came to call, for hosting young suitors under watchful parental eyes, and for death. When someone died, the parlour transformed. The mirrors were covered with black cloth, an old European superstition meant to prevent the soul from becoming trapped in its own reflection. The clocks were stopped at the moment of death, marking the transition from one state of being to another. Black crape was hung from the front door to signal to the neighbourhood that this house had been visited by death. The coffin was placed on 2 straight-back chairs, or on a special stand if the family owned one. Candles burned at the head and foot, their flames never allowed to go out. Flowers surrounded the body, not merely decorative, but practical. Their fragrance helped mask the inevitable smell of decay. For the next 2 or 3 days, the family kept vigil. Someone was always in the parlour, always watching. This practice, called sitting up with the dead or waking, had multiple purposes. Officially, it was to guard against premature burial, the nightmare fear that someone might be buried alive. But more practically, it was simply what you did. You did not leave your loved one alone. Neighbours came to pay respects. They sat with the family, sharing memories of the deceased. They brought food, so much food that families sometimes struggled to eat it all. Casseroles and pies and loaves of bread appeared on the kitchen table, left by visitors who slipped in and out without fuss. Grief was not a solitary experience. It was witnessed, accompanied, shared. Children were not shielded from any of this. They were lifted up to kiss grandmother's cold forehead. They were told to say goodbye to the baby brother who had lived only 3 weeks. Death was not hidden from them because death could not be hidden. It was too present, too frequent, too woven into the fabric of ordinary life. And when the wake was complete, when the visiting hours were done, the men of the community gathered. They lifted the coffin onto their shoulders and carried it out of the house, through the streets, to the churchyard. The funeral procession was a public event, a community marking the passage of one of its members. And at the graveside, the family watched as their loved one was lowered into the earth. This was the parlour's purpose. This was why the room existed. Not for entertaining, not for formal visits, but for this, the final dwelling place of the dead, the threshold between one world and the next. The parlour was the death room, and everyone understood this. It was simply how things were, how things had always been, how things would always be, or so it seemed. No one in 1843 keeping vigil in that farmhouse parlour could have imagined that this room would be renamed, that its purpose would be erased, that within a few generations Americans would have no idea what a parlour was for. They would have found it inconceivable that death could happen anywhere but here, in this room, surrounded by family, attended by neighbour, women who knew the ancient rituals. The professionalisation of death was unimaginable, because death was not yet a profession. It was simply life. Of all the diseases that haunted the 19th century, none claimed more lives than tuberculosis. It went by many names. Consumption, because it seemed to consume the body from within. Phthisis, the ancient Greek term. The White Plague. But whatever you called it, the numbers were staggering. At its peak, tuberculosis killed 1 in 4 people in Europe and North America. 1 in 4. To live in the 19th century was to know tuberculosis intimately. Everyone had lost someone, a parent, a sibling, a child, a friend. The coughing was everywhere, in churches and workplaces and crowded tenement rooms. The blood-flecked handkerchiefs. The slow wasting, as the body grew thinner and paler over months or years. But tuberculosis did something else, something that would prove crucial to our story, crucial to the transformation we are tracing tonight. It made people die far from home. It scattered the dying across continent, separated them from their families, their communities, their neighbour women who knew what to do. And when they died, in sanatoriums in the Alps, in boarding houses in Denver, in tent camps in the Arizona desert, their families wanted them back. Because there was no cure, doctors prescribed the only treatment they believed might help: fresh air, rest, and sunshine. This meant sanatoriums, institutions built in the mountains of Switzerland, in the Adirondacks of New York, in the high deserts of the American Southwest. Patients were sent away from their families, away from the miasmas of the city, to spend months or years breathing clean air and hoping for recovery. Many never came back. Not alive, at least. By 1880, Denver had earned a grim nickname: the world's Sanatorium. Health seekers flooded into Colorado by the thousands, drawn by promises of dry air and high altitude. They came from New York and Boston and Philadelphia, leaving behind everything familiar. Some recovered, many did not. And when they died, in Denver, in Colorado Springs, in Tucson, in places their families had never seen, a terrible question arose. How do you bring them home? The traditional system of death, the layer-out, the parlour, the community vigil, assumed that people died where they lived. It assumed that the women who knew what to do were nearby. It assumed that burial would happen quickly, in local ground. Tuberculosis shattered these assumptions. A mother in Massachusetts might receive a telegram telling her that her son had died in a boarding house in Arizona Territory, 3,000 miles away. With summer heat accelerating decay, with no refrigeration, with no way to get his body home before it became unrecognizable. Some families accepted the inevitable. They buried their loved ones where they fell, in frontier cemeteries far from ancestral ground. Lakewood's Golden Hill Cemetery in Colorado became the resting place for hundreds of tuberculosis victims, mostly paupers, mostly young, mostly far from anyone who loved them. But for those with money, there was another option. There were men who claimed they could stop decay. Men who could preserve a body long enough to make the journey home by rail. Men who had learned their trade in a different kind of far-from-home dying. Men who had confronted death on an industrial scale, who had developed techniques to preserve bodies under the worst possible conditions, who had turned the preservation of the dead into a business. Men who had learned their craft on the battlefields of the Civil War. This is where our two stories converge. The story of tuberculosis, scattering the dying across a continent, and the story of the Civil War, teaching men how to preserve the dead. Together, these forces would transform how Americans handle death. The railroad changed everything about American life. It collapsed distances that had once taken weeks to cross. It connected farms to markets, cities to hinterlands, families scattered across a continent. But it also created a new problem, one that previous generations had never faced. When people could travel hundreds of miles from home, they could also die hundreds of miles from home. And the railroad that made such journeys possible was not particularly interested in transporting corpses. Railroads had rules about the dead. An unpreserved body was considered a health hazard, and in an era before germ theory was fully accepted, the smell alone was enough to empty a passenger car. Most rail lines refused to transport bodies unless they were either embalmed or sealed in a Fisk metallic coffin. The Fisk coffin was an ingenious device, a cast-iron case shaped like a human body, with a glass viewing plate over the face, and an airtight seal that prevented gases and odours from escaping. It was also enormously expensive. A Fisk coffin could cost as much as a working man earned in 6 months. And during wartime, with iron being requisitioned for weapons and armour, they were almost impossible to obtain. This left embalming. The practice was ancient. The Egyptians had perfected it thousands of years before, but in America it was virtually unknown. Medical schools used preservation techniques to prepare cadavers for dissection, but ordinary people had no experience with it. The very idea seemed foreign, even macabre. But desperate circumstances create demand for solutions. And as the 19th century progressed, as tuberculosis sent thousands to die in distant places, as the railroad connected a continent but could not transport its dead, a gap opened in the market. The gap would be filled by men who understood chemistry, who had experimented with preservation, who saw opportunity where others saw only tragedy. One such man was Thomas Holmes. Born around 1817 in Brooklyn, Holmes was the son of a wealthy merchant. He studied medicine at Columbia University's College of Physicians and Surgeons, graduating around 1845. But what captured his imagination was not healing the living. It was preserving the dead. As a student, Holmes had been frustrated by the poor preservation of cadavers used for anatomical study. Bodies were either inadequately preserved or not preserved at all. The chemicals used, arsenic, mercury, zinc compounds, were dangerous to the students who handled them. There had to be a better way. Holmes studied the work of Jean-Nicolas Ganel, a French chemist who had developed improved embalming techniques in the 1830s. He examined Egyptian mummies, trying to understand how the ancients had achieved preservation without modern chemicals. And gradually, through years of experimentation, he developed his own arterial embalming fluid, a solution he believed was safer and more effective than anything currently available. By 1860, Holmes was ready. He had his formula refined through years of experimentation. He had his technique perfected on medical school cadavers and unclaimed bodies. He had the confidence of a man who knows he has discovered something important. Time tossed to ones. All he needed was a reason for ordinary Americans, not just medical students, not just anatomists, to want their dead embalmed. He needed the market to come to him. The Civil War would give him that reason. It would create a need so desperate, so widespread, so impossible to ignore, that embalming would cease to be a curiosity and become a necessity. And a single death, a young colonel shot while pulling down a Confederate flag in Alexandria, Virginia, would give Holmes his first great opportunity. The Civil War began on April 12th, 1861, when Confederate forces opened fire on Fort Sumter in South Carolina. 6 weeks later, on May 24th, the war claimed its first famous victim. And in his death, Colonel Elmer Ellsworth would accidentally launch a revolution in how Americans handle their dead. Ellsworth was 24 years old. He was handsome, charismatic, and one of the most famous young men in America. He had toured the country with his militia unit, the United States Zouave Cadets, performing precision drill routines that drew enormous crowds. He had worked as a law clerk in Abraham Lincoln's Springfield office. He had accompanied the president-elect on the inaugural train to Washington. The Lincolns adored him. He was practically a member of the family, a younger brother to Abraham, a surrogate son to Mary, a playmate to Willie and Tad. When war came, he raised his own regiment, the 11th New York Infantry, recruiting largely from New York City firefighters. They called themselves the Fire Zouaves. On the morning of May 24th, Ellsworth's regiment crossed the Potomac River into Alexandria, Virginia. The city had just voted for secession, but Union forces were moving to secure it. As they entered the town, Ellsworth spotted something that enraged him: a massive Confederate flag flying from the roof of the Marshall House Hotel. The flag was so large it could be seen from the White House, a daily provocation to the president himself. Ellsworth was not the kind of man to let such a thing stand. With a small detachment of soldiers, he entered the hotel and climbed to the roof. He cut down the flag and began descending the stairs, the captured banner in his arms. He never made it to the bottom. James Jackson, the hotel's owner and a fierce Confederate sympathizer, was waiting on the stairway. He levelled a shotgun at Ellsworth's chest and fired. Time won to you, the colonel died instantly. A moment later, Corporal Francis Brownell shot and bayoneted Jackson in turn. The first Union officer to die in the Civil War was dead, and Washington went into mourning. Word of Ellsworth's death reached the White House within hours. Lincoln was devastated. My boy, he was heard to cry. Mary Lincoln was equally stricken. They wanted Ellsworth's body returned to them, wanted to honour him as the hero the Northern press was already proclaiming him to be. But there was a problem. A body in late May in Washington's heat would decay rapidly. If Ellsworth was to lie in state, if he was to receive the honours befitting a martyred hero, something had to be done. Thomas Holmes saw his chance. Holmes had connections. Through Secretary of State William Seward, he gained access to the Lincoln White House on the day of Ellsworth's death. There he found the president in tears. Holmes made his offer. He could preserve Ellsworth's body. He could make it possible for the colonel to lie in state, to be viewed by thousands, to be sent home to his family in New York looking not like a corpse but like a man asleep. The process was called embalming. It was safe. It was effective. And Holmes would do it at no charge. Lincoln knew nothing about embalming, but he knew grief, and he knew that Ellsworth deserved better than a hasty burial in the Virginia heat. He agreed. What Holmes did next was a demonstration of his art. Using his proprietary embalming fluid, injected through the arteries, replacing the blood, saturating the tissues, he preserved Ellsworth's body so thoroughly that even close inspection revealed no sign of decay. The colonel's features were peaceful. His skin retained its colour. He looked, as Mary Lincoln would later whisper, like he was asleep. Ellsworth's body lay in state in the White House, the first time a private citizen had been so honoured. Thousands came to pay respects. Then the body was transported to New York City, where it lay in state at City Hall. More thousands came. Finally, Ellsworth was buried in his hometown of Mechanicville, New York. The entire process took more than a week. Without embalming, it would have been impossible. The Lincolns remembered. Less than a year later, when their 11-year-old son Willie fell ill with typhoid fever, probably contracted from contaminated water piped into the White House from the Potomac River, they watched helplessly as he weakened. On February 20th, 1862, Willie died. Mary Lincoln collapsed. She took to her bed and did not emerge for weeks. She never entered the green room again, the room where Willie had been embalmed. She never entered the Prince of Wales room where he had died. The grief would shadow her for the rest of her life. But even in the depths of her anguish, she knew what she wanted for her son. She wanted him preserved, as Ellsworth had been preserved. She wanted to be able to look at his face, to kiss his forehead, to pretend for just a moment that he might wake. Willie Lincoln was embalmed. His body was placed in a temporary vault in Georgetown's Oak Hill Cemetery. And Abraham Lincoln, president of a nation at war, found time to visit that vault again and again, to sit with his son's body, to weep alone. What Holmes had demonstrated with Ellsworth and Willie Lincoln, other men now sought to replicate on an industrial scale. As the war intensified, as battles claimed thousands of lives in single days, embalmers followed the armies like camp followers of a particularly macabre sort. They pitched tents near battlefields. They set up shop in abandoned barns and farmhouses. They posted signs advertising their services, bodies embalmed here, or embalming surgeon, satisfaction guaranteed. Some of these men had medical training. Others had worked as druggists or chemists. Still others were simply opportunists who had learned the basics of arterial injection and saw a chance to profit. The war created a seller's market. Demand was limitless. Families would pay almost anything to have their sons, husbands, and brothers returned to them. The embalmers developed elaborate marketing strategies. They printed business cards and distributed them to soldiers before battles. They offered prepayment plans. A soldier could pay in advance for his own embalming, ensuring that if the worst happened, his body would be preserved and sent home. This was both practical and deeply unsettling. Young men were being asked to plan for their own deaths, to make financial arrangements for the disposition of corpses they still inhabited. The process itself was crude by later standards. A battlefield embalmer worked on a table made from a door balanced on two barrels. He made an incision in the neck or thigh to access a major artery. The carotid or the femoral were preferred. He inserted a tube and pumped in his embalming fluid, usually a mixture containing arsenic, zinc chloride, or mercuric compounds dissolved in water and alcohol. The fluid replaced the blood, saturated the tissues, killed the bacteria that caused decay. The work was messy, malodorous, and dangerous. Blood had to be drained as the embalming fluid was pumped in. The gases of early decomposition had to be released. The cavity, the chest and abdomen, had to be treated separately, aspirated and filled with additional preservatives. All of this happened in field conditions, often within earshot of ongoing combat. The results varied enormously. Some embalmers were skilled, others were barely competent. Some used quality chemicals in proper concentrations, others diluted their mixtures to save money. Some took care with cosmetics and presentation, others delivered bodies that were preserved but barely presentable. But even a mediocre embalming job could preserve a body long enough to survive a railroad journey of several days, and for desperate families, that was enough. The prices were steep. Homes charged $100 per body, roughly $3,000 in today's money, or several months' wages for an ordinary worker. Other embalmers charged similar rates, sometimes more for officers or for expedited service. This meant that embalming was primarily an option for officers and wealthy families. The common soldier, if he died far from home, was likely to be buried where he fell, in a hasty grave on the battlefield, or in a mass trench with dozens of his comrades. The inequality was stark. A wealthy family in Boston could have their captain's son embalmed, dressed in his finest uniform, shipped home by rail, and buried in the family plot. A poor family in the same city might receive only a telegram, a notation that their private son had died at Antietam and been buried on the field. There would be no body to mourn over, no face to see one last time, no grave to visit. The war's death toll was democratic. Bullets did not discriminate by class, but the disposition of the dead very much was not. The numbers were staggering. Over the course of the war, approximately 40,000 bodies were embalmed, a tiny fraction of the 620,000 dead, but still an enormous number by any previous standard. Holmes alone claimed to have embalmed 4,000 men. He sold his embalming fluid to other practitioners at $3 per gallon. He made a fortune. Not everyone approved. The embalmers who followed the armies were widely seen as vultures, profiting from grief. They swarmed around camps after battles, soliciting business from shell-shocked survivors. They offered soldiers the chance to prepay for their own embalming, a morbid transaction that commanders feared was destroying morale. How could a man fight bravely if he was contemplating in advance the disposition of his own corpse? There were other concerns. Some embalmers were accused of price gouging, charging desperate families exorbitant fees in the aftermath of battle when alternatives were non-existent. Others were accused of shoddy work, taking payment and then delivering poorly preserved bodies that deteriorated before reaching their destinations. The industry was entirely unregulated. Anyone could call himself an embalming surgeon. There were no standards, no licenses, no accountability. In January 1865, General Ulysses Grant had had enough. He withdrew embalmers' permits and ordered them beyond the lines. The embalmers protested, but Grant was adamant. The demoralizing effect on troops, he believed, outweighed whatever comfort the families might derive. 2 months later, the War Department issued General Order No. 39. This order required that any embalmer operating near military installations be licensed and supervised. It was the first attempt at regulation, a recognition that the trade had grown too large and too important to remain entirely uncontrolled. But by then the essential transformation had occurred. Tens of thousands of families had experienced embalming. They had seen their loved ones return to them looking peaceful, preserved, almost alive. They had learned that death need not mean immediate burial, that a body could travel hundreds of miles, that a son who died in Virginia could be buried in Massachusetts. When the war ended, these families would remember. And the men who'd learned the trade on battlefields would return to civilian life looking for new customers. Time Sanatoriums. To understand what the embalmers were actually doing, we must briefly consider the chemistry involved. When a person dies, the body immediately begins to break down. Bacteria that normally live in the gut, kept in check by the immune system, begin to multiply unchecked. They digest the tissues from the inside out, producing gases that cause bloating and compounds that cause the characteristic smell of decay. Within hours in warm weather, a body becomes unrecognizable. Within days, it is unviewable. Embalming works by poisoning these bacteria. The chemicals used are, essentially, preservatives, the same class of substances used to prevent food from spoiling. Inject enough of them into the tissues and bacterial growth stops. Decay halts. The body is preserved. The earliest embalming fluids relied heavily on arsenic. Arsenic was cheap, readily available, and devastatingly effective at killing bacteria. A single body might receive up to 12 pounds of the poison. The results were dramatic. Bodies preserved for weeks, even months. But there was a problem. Arsenic is also devastatingly effective at killing humans. Embalmers who worked with arsenic-based fluids developed chronic poisoning. They suffered from skin lesions, digestive problems, nerve damage. Many died young. Medical students who dissected embalmed cadavers were exposed to arsenic residue, leading to illness and occasionally death. And there was another problem, one that would not become apparent for decades. Arsenic does not break down. When an embalmed body is buried, the arsenic remains in the ground forever. Civil War-era cemeteries are now leaching toxic arsenic into the soil and groundwater. A survey in Iowa City in 2002 found arsenic levels near an old cemetery at 3 times the federal safety limit. The search for safer alternatives began almost immediately. In 1855, a Russian chemist named Alexander Butlerow discovered formaldehyde, a compound that would eventually revolutionize embalming. Formaldehyde preserved tissue effectively without the extreme toxicity of arsenic. By the early 1900s, arsenic was banned from embalming fluids, replaced by formaldehyde-based solutions that remain the industry standard today. But in the Civil War era, arsenic was king, and the embalmers who used it were playing a dangerous game, preserving the dead while slowly poisoning themselves. On April 14th, 1865, John Wilkes Booth shot Abraham Lincoln at Ford's Theatre. The president died the following morning, in a boarding house across the street, surrounded by members of his cabinet and his eldest son Robert. Mary Lincoln, shattered by grief for the third time, first Ellsworth, then Willie, now her husband, was not present at the moment of death. She had been led away hours earlier, her wailing unbearable to the men keeping vigil. But even in the depths of her anguish, she knew what she wanted. She wanted Lincoln embalmed, as Ellsworth had been embalmed, as Willie had been embalmed. And she wanted his body taken home to Springfield, Illinois for burial. The journey would be unprecedented in American history. 1,700 miles, 7 states, 13 cities where the body would lie in state, 3 weeks of travel, viewing, mourning. The route would retrace, almost exactly, the journey Lincoln had taken 4 years earlier when he travelled from Springfield to Washington for his inauguration. He would go home the way he had come, but this time he would not be waving from the back of the train. It would be, in effect, a national advertisement for the possibilities of embalming. And every person who filed past that open coffin would carry away a lesson. Death could be delayed, managed, made presentable. The embalmer chosen for this monumental task was not Thomas Holmes, but a man named Charles Brown. Why Holmes was passed over is unclear. Perhaps he was unavailable. Perhaps there were political considerations. Perhaps Brown simply had better connections. Regardless, Brown was confident in his abilities. He declared that Lincoln's body would show no perceptible change over the entire journey. He was wrong, but only just. The funeral train departed Washington on April 21st, 1865. It was dubbed the Lincoln Special, and the president's portrait was fastened to the front of the locomotive. The coffin rode in a specially decorated car draped in black crepe, the interior hung with mourning fabric, and the train carried another coffin, a smaller one. Willie Lincoln's body had been exhumed from his Georgetown vault. Father and son would make the journey home together, 3 years after Willie's death, reunited in the democracy of mortality. At every stop, enormous crowds gathered. In Baltimore, the city where Lincoln had slipped through in disguise 4 years earlier, fearing assassination, thousands now lined the streets to mourn him. In Philadelphia, over 100,000 people viewed the body in Independence Hall. In New York City, the procession stretched for miles, and the waiting time to view the coffin exceeded 5 hours. An estimated 1.5 million Americans viewed Lincoln's body directly, filing past the open coffin in city halls and state houses across the North. Another 7 million, nearly a quarter of the entire population, watched the funeral train pass through their communities. In an era before photography could capture moving images, this was how the nation said goodbye, by seeing the preserved body of their fallen president with their own eyes. 2 future presidents were among the mourners. In New York, 6-year-old Theodore Roosevelt watched from a window as the procession passed below. In Buffalo, 28-year-old Grover Cleveland stood in the crowd. By the time the train reached the western states, there were signs of deterioration. Lincoln's face had darkened. The features had begun to change. The swelling that is natural to death had progressed despite Brown's best efforts. At each stop, the embalmer did what he could. applying chalk-based makeup to lighten the skin, adjusting the features, masking with flowers and perfume. But nature was winning its slow victory. 3 weeks was a long time, even for the best embalming of the era. Still, the body remained viewable, recognizable, dignified, and that was remarkable enough. On May 4th, 1865, Lincoln's body finally reached Springfield. He was buried in Oak Ridge Cemetery, where Willie was laid to rest beside him. The journey was over. The nation had said goodbye. But the story does not quite end there. Decades later, in 1901, Lincoln's body was exhumed for reinterment in a more secure tomb. There had been an attempted grave robbery in 1876, and officials wanted to ensure the president's remains were safe. When the coffin was opened, witnesses reported that Lincoln's body remained in a most excellent state of preservation. The embalming had held for 36 years. Charles Brown's work had stood the test of time. Lincoln's funeral. Train accomplished something no advertising campaign could have achieved. It showed millions of Americans what embalming could do. It demonstrated that death could be delayed, that bodies could be transported, that families separated by hundreds of miles need not be separated from their dead. It planted a seed that would, in the coming decades, transform the entire culture of death in America. When the Civil War ended, thousands of men who had learned embalming on battlefields returned to civilian life. Some went back to their previous trades: carpentry, medicine, general labour. The war had interrupted their lives, and they wanted nothing more than to resume them. But others saw an opportunity. They had a skill that few possessed. They had experience that no one else could claim. And they had witnessed firsthand how desperate families were to have their dead preserved, how much they would pay, how grateful they were for the service. These men did not simply return home and hang out shingles. The transition was gradual, opportunistic, uneven. In the years immediately following the war, home funerals remained the norm for most Americans. Families still laid out their own dead, still held wakes in their parlours, still carried coffins to churchyards on the shoulders of neighbours. The ancient rhythms of death persisted. But around the edges, things were beginning to change. In cities, the old networks of community support had frayed, or never existed in the first place. Immigrants from Ireland, from Germany, from Italy arrived in neighbourhoods where they knew no one. They settled in tenements alongside strangers who spoke different languages, worshipped in different churches, came from different traditions. The women who had always performed laying out, the neighbour women, the church women, the women who knew what to do, were not here. They were an ocean away, in villages the immigrants would never see again. Families who had moved from the country to find factory work faced the same problem. In the village they had left, death was communal. Everyone knew everyone. Help arrived automatically, unbidden. In the city, death was isolating. You died in a rented room surrounded by strangers, and your family, if they were present at all, had no idea what to do next. Into this gap stepped the new undertakers. These men, and they were almost entirely men now, the women who had dominated death work for centuries being pushed aside, offered a package of services. They would provide the coffin, of course, as the old cabinet maker undertakers had always done. But they would also embalm the body. They would wash it, dress it, arrange its features into an expression of peaceful sleep. They would provide a hearse and transportation to the cemetery. They would coordinate with the church, the cemetery, the florist. They would handle everything. For grieving families, especially those without community support, this was immensely appealing. They did not have to learn the rituals their grandmothers had known. They did not have to touch the dead body of their loved one if they did not want to. They did not have to navigate the complex logistics of death in an unfamiliar city. They could pay someone else to manage the unmanageable, to impose order on chaos, to make death into something that could be purchased and scheduled. And so, gradually, death began to professionalize. The undertaker was no longer just a coffin maker. He was becoming something new, a death specialist, a grief manager, a professional handler of the transition from life to burial. He acquired new equipment, embalming tables with drainage channels, hand pumps and later electric pumps for arterial injection, a growing arsenal of chemicals and cosmetics. He developed new skills, arterial injection through various access points, cavity treatment with trocar and aspirator, restoration of features damaged by disease or accident. He built relationships with churches, with cemeteries, with doctors who could provide a steady stream of referrals, with livery stables that could supply horses and hearses. The work was becoming specialised, technical, and capital intensive. A man could not simply decide one day to become an undertaker. He needed equipment. He needed training. He needed a facility, a place to embalm, a place to display coffins, a place for families to gather. By the 1870s and 80s, a new kind of business was emerging. Not just coffin shops, but funeral establishments, places where all the services of death could be obtained under one roof. The undertaker was becoming the funeral director, a title that emphasised coordination and management rather than the manual labour of coffin building or the unsettling work of handling corpses. If we had to pick a single year when the professionalisation of death crystallised, it would be 1882. In that year, 3 things happened that would shape the funeral industry for generations to come. 3 developments, occurring almost simultaneously, that marked the transformation from craft to profession, from individual undertakers to a coordinated industry. That these 3 things happened in the same year was not coincidence. It was the culmination of trends that had been building for 2 decades, since the Civil War had demonstrated both the possibility and the demand for professional death care. The first was the founding of the Cincinnati School of Embalming. Joseph Henry Clark was a casket salesman for the Whitewater Valley Coffin Company. He travelled the roads of Ohio and Indiana, visiting undertakers in small towns and cities, taking orders for wooden coffins and metal burial cases. In his travels, he became increasingly aware of a problem. Embalmers had no standardised training. Some were skilled practitioners who had learned their craft on Civil War battlefields or in medical schools. Others were barely competent amateurs who had picked up the basics from a bottle of embalming fluid and a pamphlet. The quality of preservation varied wildly. And the public, understandably, was sceptical of a profession that seemed to have no standards at all. Clark saw an opportunity and a genuine need. He approached Dr. C. M. Lukens, an anatomy professor at Pult Medical College in Cincinnati. Together, they designed a course of instruction in the principles and practice of embalming. They would teach anatomy, the layout of the arterial system, the structure of the body cavity, the points of access for injection. They would teach chemistry, the composition of embalming fluids, the interaction of preservatives with tissue. They would teach technique, how to make an incision, how to raise an artery, how to pump fluid into a body without it leaking out. and they would grant certificates to those who completed the training, pieces of paper that would distinguish the trained professional from the untrained amateur. The first class assembled on Monday, March 8, 1882, in the amphitheatre of Poulter Medical College. 7 students attended. The training lasted 6 days. It was rudimentary by later standards. 6 days to learn a trade that mortuary schools would eventually teach over months and years, but it was a beginning. It was an assertion that embalming was not something anyone could do, but something that required instruction, practice, and certification. The idea caught fire. Clark organised additional classes in Cincinnati through the summer and fall. Then he took his show on the road. In November, he rented space above a drugstore in Philadelphia and taught 15 students. In December, he secured a society hall in New York City and taught 17 more. By the end of 1882, Clark had trained 106 students in 4 major cities. This ended our first year's effort, Clark later wrote, to convince the people that embalming was a successful way of preserving the human dead. The Cincinnati School of Embalming, later renamed the Cincinnati College of Mortuary Science, remains in operation today. It is the oldest mortuary school in America, the direct descendant of those 7 students in that Cincinnati amphitheatre. Its graduates have scattered across the country and the world, carrying forward the standards that Clark and Lukens first established. The second development of 1882 was the founding of the National Funeral Directors Association. Alan Durfee, a funeral director from Michigan, had been organising since 1879. He understood something that many of his colleagues did not. A fragmented profession is a weak profession. Individual undertakers, competing against each other, undercutting each other's prices, lacking any common standards or shared identity, would never achieve the respectability that doctors and lawyers enjoyed. They needed to band together. They needed to establish standards. They needed to present a unified face to the public. In 1880, Michigan funeral directors held their first state convention. The idea spread to other states. And in 1882, funeral directors from across the country gathered in Rochester, New York for the first national convention. There, in that Rochester meeting hall, they established a national organization. They drafted a constitution. They elected officers. They debated policies and procedures. And they made a decision that would prove symbolically important, perhaps more important than any of the practical matters they discussed. They voted to stop calling themselves undertakers. The word undertaker had accumulated negative connotations over the years. It sounded morbid, unpleasant, vaguely sinister, like something out of a Gothic novel. It evoked images of men in black coats lurking round sickbeds, waiting for death, profiting from tragedy. The assembled professionals wanted something more dignified, more respectable, more suited to the elevated status they were claiming for themselves. They chose funeral director, a title that emphasized management and coordination, rather than the grim business of handling corpses. A funeral director sounded like someone who organized events, who coordinated complex logistics, who provided a service rather than performing a distasteful task. It was a title that could be spoken in polite company without causing discomfort. The rebranding was intentional and deliberate. It was part of a broader effort to elevate the status of the profession, to move it away from its origins in carpentry and battlefield medicine towards something approaching the prestige of doctors and lawyers. If you called yourself a professional, you needed to look like a professional, act like a professional, and speak like a professional. Undertaker did not fit that image. Funeral director did. 13 years later, in 1895, the trade magazine The Embalmer's Monthly would hold a contest to find yet another name, one even further removed from death. The winning entry was mortician, deliberately echoing the respectability of physician. Just as a physician dealt with the body's ailments, a mortician would deal with the body's final disposition. The parallel was flattering, but funeral director had already taken hold, and it remains the standard term today. As undertakers became funeral directors, they needed new spaces to work. The old model, building coffins in a carpentry shop, embalming bodies in the family home, was no longer adequate. Funeral directors needed dedicated facilities. They needed embalming rooms with proper drainage. They needed display areas for coffins. They needed spaces where families could gather. And so the funeral parlour was born. The name was deliberate. Just as families had laid out their dead in the parlour at home, funeral directors would offer a parlour in their establishments. The room would be decorated to feel domestic. Comfortable furniture, softer lighting, flowers, all the accoutrements of the Victorian home. Families could come to this parlour to view their dead, to receive visitors, to hold the wake that had once happened, in their own front room. The transition happened gradually. Through the 1880s and 90s, funerals might take place at home or at the funeral parlour, depending on the family's preference and circumstances. But the trend was clear. More and more families were choosing to hand over the work of death to professionals. There were several reasons for this shift. First, embalming itself required specialised equipment that most homes did not have. The embalming table, the pump, the chemicals, the drainage. All of this worked better in a dedicated facility than in a family kitchen. Second, urbanisation had crowded families into smaller living spaces. A tenement apartment did not have a parlour. It barely had room for the living, let alone the dead. Third, attitudes were changing. The Victorian intimacy with death, the willingness to wash the body, to sit with it for days, to let children kiss the cold forehead, was giving way to a new sensibility. Death was becoming something to be managed at a distance, by professionals, rather than confronted directly. And fourth, there was tuberculosis. The fear of contagion from the bodies of those who had died of infectious disease made families hesitant to bring corpses into their homes. A funeral director's establishment, with its embalming and disinfection, seemed safer. The professionals, it was assumed, knew how to handle dangerous bodies without spreading disease. By the turn of the 20th century, the transformation was nearly complete. Most urban funerals took place in funeral parlours rather than family homes. Most bodies were embalmed by professionals rather than prepared by neighbour women. Death had been outsourced. And this shift had a curious linguistic effect. With death no longer happening in the home parlour, what was that room for? Its original purpose, the formal reception of guests, the laying out of the dead, had been taken over by the funeral establishment. The parlour sat empty, unused, a room without a function. In 1910, Edward Bock, editor of the Ladies' Home Journal, proposed a solution. He suggested renaming the parlour the living room, a name that emphasised life rather than death, activity rather than stillness. The old parlour, he argued, had become dark, gloomy and oppressive in the popular imagination. It was time to reclaim it. The Yeast new name caught on immediately. Within a generation, parlour had become old-fashioned, a word your grandmother might use. Living room was modern, cheerful, forward-looking. The dead had been evicted from the house. The living room was for the living. In the transformation we have been tracing, something was lost. The women who had prepared the dead for generations, the layers out, the watchers, the midwives who ushered souls out of the world as well as into it, found their work taken over by men with embalming certificates and business cards. This displacement happened for many reasons. Embalming itself was part of it. The new chemical preservation techniques required equipment and training that the traditional layers out did not possess. They knew how to wash and dress a body, how to arrange features, how to keep vigil. They did not know how to inject arterial fluid or treat a body cavity. But there was also a social shift at work. The professionalization of death was part of a broader 19th century trend that separated professional work from domestic work. Medicine was professionalizing, pushing midwives aside in favor of male obstetricians. Law was professionalizing, creating bar associations and licensing requirements. And death was professionalizing, replacing the informal networks of neighbor women with formal businesses run by men. The rhetoric of professionalization emphasized expertise, training, scientific knowledge. The traditional death workers, with their handed-down wisdom and their half-crown fees, were reframed as amateurs, inadequate to the challenges of modern death. Never mind that they had successfully prepared bodies for centuries. The new funeral directors had certificates. There was also money involved. A layer-out charging half a crown was not building a business. A funeral director offering a full package of services, embalming, coffin, transport, parlour facilities, could charge substantially more. Death was becoming an industry, and industries require capital, equipment, and margins. The displacement was not immediate or total. In rural areas, traditional practices persisted well into the 20th century. Some families continued to prefer home funerals, continued to prepare their own dead, continued to rely on the women who knew what to do. Even today, home funerals are legal in most states, though few families choose them. But in the cities, where the future was being made, the layers out faded from view. Their names disappeared from city directories. Their knowledge ceased to be passed down. Within a generation or two, most Americans had no idea that families had ever prepared their own dead. What was lost was not just work. It was a certain kind of intimacy with death itself. When families prepared their own dead, they confronted mortality directly. They saw what death looked like, smelled like, felt like. They performed the last services with their own hands. They could not pretend that death was something that happened elsewhere, to other people, managed by strangers. When death was professionalized, it became possible to avoid this confrontation. The funeral director handled the body. The embalmer made it look peaceful, almost alive. The family viewed the results in a comfortable parlour, surrounded by flowers that masked any odour. Death was packaged, managed, made presentable. This was a comfort to many. It is not easy to wash your mother's body, to close your child's eyes. The professionals offered relief from these terrible intimacies, but something was lost in the transaction. A certain knowledge, a certain acceptance, a certain understanding that death is not a professional matter, not a business transaction, but the most personal of all human experiences. Once the funeral directors had their association and their schools, they set about building barriers to entry. This is the standard pattern of professionalization. An occupation that anyone can practice becomes a profession that requires credentials. The credentials, licenses, certifications, degrees, serve multiple purposes. They genuinely ensure a minimum level of competence. They also limit competition and allow higher prices. In the decades following 1882, funeral directors lobbied state legislatures for licensing requirements. They argued, not unreasonably, that embalming involved dangerous chemicals and public health considerations. An incompetent embalmer could contaminate water supplies, spread disease, or leave families with inadequately preserved bodies. State by state, licensing laws passed. To become a funeral director or embalmer, one would need to complete an approved course of training, pass an examination, and maintain a license in good standing. The days of battlefield embalmers setting up tents and offering their services to anyone with cash were over. The training programs themselves expanded. What had been a 6-day crash course in Cincinnati became a months-long program covering anatomy, chemistry, pathology, embalming technique, and business management. Mortuary schools opened across the country, each competing for students and prestige. By the early 20th century, Charles O'Donoghue, who had purchased Clark's Cincinnati School in 1909, was offering an expanded curriculum that went far beyond basic embalming. His students learned public health principles, human anatomy in detail, and the scientific basis of preservation. The school's full name, Cincinnati College of Embalming, reflected its aspirations to academic respectability. All of this professionalization came at a cost, passed on, inevitably, to the families purchasing funeral services. Where a simple home funeral with a pine coffin and a layer-out might have cost a few dollars, a professional funeral with embalming, a polished casket and parlour facilities could cost a working family's entire savings. Yet families paid. They paid because they believed the professionals offered something they could not provide for themselves. They paid because a respectable funeral had become a marker of social standing. They paid because they no longer knew how to do it any other way. And what of Thomas Holmes, the man who had started it all? After the Civil War, Holmes retired to Brooklyn. He had made his fortune, 4,000 bodies at $100 each, plus sales of embalming fluid at $3 per gallon to the growing army of embalmers who had learned from his example. By any measure, he had succeeded. He had transformed a fringe practice into a mainstream industry. He was ready to step back from the embalming table. But he could not entirely let go of his life's work. Holmes's Brooklyn home became a kind of macabre museum. Visitors reported that embalmed bodies were stored in his closets, corpses of unknown provenance, preserved as demonstrations of his technique. Preserved heads sat on tables in his parlour, displayed like curiosities or trophies. The man who had done more than anyone to normalise embalming in America lived surrounded by the preserved dead. This was not, perhaps, as strange as it sounds to modern ears, time. Ones. Holmes was a scientist, and scientists of his era often surrounded themselves with specimens. Medical museums displayed preserved organs and anomalies. Anatomists kept skulls and skeletons in their studies. The bodies in Holmes's closets were proof of his technique, evidence that his methods worked, advertisements for his embalming fluid. He kept them as other men might keep trophies or certificates of achievement. But it was still a curious way to live, surrounded by the preserved dead in a parlour populated by disembodied heads. Holmes had spent so many years in the company of corpses that perhaps the boundary between the living and the dead had blurred for him. Or perhaps he was simply eccentric, a genius who had never quite fit the mould of ordinary society. In his retirement, Holmes pursued other interests. He sold root beer, a popular beverage in an era before widespread refrigeration made other drinks practical. The same man who had preserved the bodies of Civil War heroes now bottled and sold a temperance drink to Brooklyn housewives. He continued to sell embalming supplies to the funeral directors who had learned from his example, maintaining his connection to the industry he had helped create. He was a businessman to the end, always looking for the next opportunity. There is one final irony in the story of Thomas Holmes. When he died in 1900, at approximately 83 years of age, Holmes left specific instructions regarding the disposition of his remains. His body was not to be embalmed. The father of American embalming, the man who had preserved presidents and colonels, who had made fortunes selling the promise of bodily preservation, who had kept preserved heads on his parlour tables, wanted no part of the process for himself. He wanted his body to return to the earth in the natural way, to decay as bodies had decayed for all of human history before he came along. Why? We can only speculate. Perhaps he'd seen too much, knew too much, understood too well what the chemicals did to human tissue. Perhaps, having spent his life interfering with the natural process of decay, he wanted his own death to follow the ancient pattern. Perhaps he simply did not believe that preservation served any real purpose, that the comfort it provided to the living was illusory, that the dead were dead regardless of what chemicals saturated their tissues. Whatever his reasons, the request was honoured. Thomas Holmes was buried, without embalming, his body allowed to decay naturally in the Brooklyn ground. It was a strange final statement from the man who had done more than anyone to make such natural decay seem shameful, inadequate, unmodern. The father of embalming chose, in the end, not to be embalmed. Throughout this story, tuberculosis has been a constant presence, sometimes explicit, sometimes lurking in the background, always shaping the conditions that made the professionalization of death both possible and necessary. It was tuberculosis that sent patients to die in distant sanatoriums, far from their families, creating the urgent need to transport bodies home across hundreds or thousands of miles. A mother in Boston whose son died at Saranac Lake in the Adirondacks needed embalming. A husband in Philadelphia whose wife died seeking the cure in Colorado needed embalming. Without preservation, these bodies would decay before they could reach home. Without embalming, the railroads would not transport them. Without professional undertakers who knew the process, families would be helpless. It was tuberculosis that drove the great health migration to the American West, filling Denver and Colorado Springs and Tucson with consumptives who would never return to their eastern homes alive. By 1890, more than a third of Colorado Springs' population had come seeking healthier air. Many recovered. Many more did not. When they died, their families faced a terrible choice: bury them in unfamiliar ground, far from ancestral plots, or pay to have them embalmed and shipped home. And it was the sheer scale of tuberculosis mortality, 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, an unrelenting drumbeat of death that touched every family, every community, every social class, that overwhelmed traditional community-based death practices. When death was rare, families could muddle through. When death was constant, when the laying out women were themselves dying, when communities were too fractured and mobile to sustain the old networks of mutual aid, something had to fill the gap. And it was fear of tuberculosis, fear of contagion, fear of the mysterious process by which the disease spread from person to person, that helped drive families to accept professional funeral services. Tuberculosis was known to be contagious, though the mechanism was not fully understood until Robert Koch identified the tubercle bacillus in 1882, the same year, not coincidentally, that funeral directing professionalized, that the first embalming school opened, that the National Funeral Directors Association formed. The timing was not accidental. The scientific discovery that tuberculosis was caused by a specific germ heightened anxieties about handling the bodies of the dead. Families were afraid. They worried about catching the disease from their dead relatives. They wondered whether washing and dressing a consumptive's body might expose them to infection. The intimate contact that the layers out had always practiced, the washing of the body, the dressing of wounds, the closeness of the work, now seemed dangerous. The funeral directors offered reassurance. They promised to handle the body safely, with professional detachment and proper precautions. They claimed that embalming disinfected as well as preserved, that the chemicals killed any lingering bacteria, that the body they returned for viewing was safe to be near. Whether this was scientifically accurate is debatable. Modern research shows that tuberculosis bacteria can survive in embalmed tissue for weeks, and that embalmers themselves face significant occupational risk, but it was psychologically comforting. Families could believe they were protecting themselves by hiring professionals. They could maintain a safe distance from the contaminated dead. There is another way tuberculosis shaped the funeral industry, a subtler influence, operating through aesthetics rather than fear. The disease had a peculiar beauty. Its victims, in the final stages, often retained a certain ethereal quality, pale, thin, translucent, as though they were already half departed from the physical world. This consumptive look had been romanticized throughout the 19th century. Poets and painters celebrated the beautiful death of the consumptive. The dying heroine of La Bohème, the pale heroines of Gothic novels, the consumptive artists whose genius seemed to burn brighter as their bodies failed. These were cultural archetypes of the beautiful death. When funeral directors prepared bodies for viewing, they drew on this aesthetic tradition. They used cosmetics to create a peaceful, sleeping appearance. The pale face, the closed eyes, the serene expression. They arranged features to suggest serenity rather than suffering. They made the dead look, as Mary Lincoln had said of Ellsworth, like they were merely asleep and might wake at any moment. This artifice, making death look peaceful, beautiful, almost like life, became central to the American funeral tradition. It persists today in the language of viewing and visitation, in the expectation that the body will be displayed in an open casket, looking its best. We want our dead to look like they're sleeping. We inherited this desire in part from the aesthetics of tuberculosis, from the beautiful death of the consumptive, translated into cosmetic practice by generations of funeral directors. By the early 20th century, the transformation was essentially complete. Death had become a profession. It had schools that trained practitioners and associations that represented their interests. It had licensing requirements that barred the untrained from practice and ethical codes that governed professional conduct. It had dedicated facilities, funeral homes, no longer called parlours, that name having passed out of fashion, where all the services of death could be purchased in a single transaction from a single provider. The industry grew rapidly in the early decades of the 20th century. Every city, every town of any size had its funeral home, often multiple funeral homes competing for business. The men who ran them were respected members of their communities, serving on school boards and civic organizations, maintaining the dignified demeanor that the profession required. They were often the first call when someone died, before the doctor, before the minister, before anyone else. The home funeral, once universal, became rare, and then almost vanished entirely. Most Americans born after 1920 would never see an unembalmed body. They would never participate in the washing and dressing of their dead. They would never experience death as an intimate family matter, as something that happened in their own homes, handled by their own hands. They would experience it as customers, purchasing services from professionals, receiving a prepared body at a scheduled viewing. This is the world we inherited. When someone dies today, we call a funeral home. We sit in a comfortable office and select a casket from a catalogue or a showroom. We discuss flowers and music and obituary notices. We receive the body, washed and dressed and cosmeticized by strangers we have never met, at a scheduled viewing in a room designed to look like a living room but is not anyone's home. We attend a service planned with professional guidance following rituals that have been standardized across the industry. We are mourners, not participants. We are customers, not caregivers, timed twos. Is this better or worse than what came before? The question admits no simple answer. The professionalization of death relieved families of difficult, sometimes traumatic work. It provided expertise that most people did not possess and did not want to acquire. It spared the bereaved from confronting the raw reality of bodily decay. It allowed for transportation of bodies across great distances, reuniting families separated by geography, the tuberculosis problem that had helped spark the revolution in the first place. But it also created distance between the living and the dead. It made death something that happens elsewhere, in facilities designed to be pleasant but impersonal, managed by strangers who have made mortality their trade. It transformed a universal human experience, perhaps the most universal of all human experiences, into a commercial transaction. And it made the actual reality of death, the coldness of the body, the stillness, the absolute finality, something most Americans never directly encounter. We see the prepared corpse, the sleeping face, the peaceful illusion. We do not see death itself. In recent years, there has been a small but growing movement to reclaim some of what was lost. Home funerals are legal in most states, and a growing number of families are choosing them, washing their own dead, holding vigils in their own living rooms, participating in death rather than delegating it. Natural burial, without embalming, without elaborate caskets, with the body returned directly to the earth, is gaining popularity among those who reject the artifice of conventional funerals. There is a sense, among some, that the professionalization of death went too far, that something essential was lost when we handed our dead over to strangers. But these remain minority practices, chosen by a small fraction of the population. For most Americans, death will continue to be handled by funeral directors in funeral homes according to procedures established over a century ago. The revolution that began on Civil War battlefields, that was broadcast to millions by Lincoln's funeral train, that was institutionalized in Cincinnati and Rochester in 1882, that revolution won. It won so completely that most Americans cannot imagine any alternative. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We began in a Pennsylvania farmhouse in 1843, where neighbour women washed and dressed a body as women had done for centuries beyond counting. Time, ones. We saw the parlour, the death room, where families kept vigil with their dead, where candles burned at the head and foot of simple pine coffins, where the clock was stopped at the moment of passing. We traced the disruption of this ancient pattern. We saw tuberculosis, the White Plague, killing 1 in 4 people across the Western world, sending patients to die in distant sanatoriums and Western territories, far from home, far from the women who knew what to do. We saw the railroad, connecting a continent but creating new problems, bodies that needed to travel hundreds of miles, decay that would not wait. We saw the Civil War, with its scale of death that overwhelmed every tradition, that created demand for solutions no one had imagined before. We met Thomas Holmes, eccentric genius, coroner's physician turned embalming pioneer, who preserved 4,000 soldiers at $100 each and kept their embalmed heads in his Brooklyn parlor as trophies. We followed him to the Lincoln White House, where he preserved Colonel Ellsworth, the first Union officer killed, and Willie Lincoln, the president's beloved son. We rode the funeral train with Abraham Lincoln's body, 1,700 miles across 7 states, viewed by 1.5 million Americans, a national demonstration of what embalming could achieve. We watched as battlefield embalmers became civilian undertakers, undertakers became funeral directors, and funeral directors built an industry with schools and associations and licenses. We saw the Cincinnati School open its doors in 1882, the National Funeral Directors Association form in Rochester, the profession claim its dignity. This is not a simple story of progress or decline. It is a story of transformation, of an intimate human experience becoming a professional service, of women's work becoming men's business, of death leaving the home and entering the marketplace. It is the story of how we came to handle death the way we do today. What does this transformation tell us about ourselves? What does it reveal about the nature of human beings facing the oldest and most inescapable of all human problems? Perhaps this. We are a species that has always struggled with death, and we will grasp at any means of managing that struggle. We will embrace whatever technologies, whatever institutions, whatever arrangements of society promise to make death more bearable, even if that promise is, in the end, illusory. The promise of embalming was, at its heart, a promise of control. You cannot prevent death. It remains beyond any power, but you can delay its visible effects. You cannot bring back the dead, but you can make them look as though they might wake at any moment. You cannot stop time, but you can freeze a moment, the face at rest, the hands folded, the peaceful appearance that suggests sleep rather than extinction. The promise of professionalization was also a promise of control. If death is handled by experts, then we need not handle it ourselves. If the body is whisked away to a funeral home within hours, we need not see it in its raw state, need not watch the colour drain and the features stiffen. If specialists prepare the viewing, we need not confront the terrible work of making the dead presentable, the washing, the positioning, the cosmetic restoration. Control. That is what we purchased when we professionalized death. Not control over death itself, that remains forever impossible, but control over our experience of death. We arranged matters so that death would come to us filtered, managed, packaged in acceptable forms. We interposed professionals between ourselves and the raw reality of mortality. And yet, death remains. It remains despite our arrangements, despite our professionals, despite our technologies of preservation and presentation. No amount of embalming, no professional preparation, no comfortable funeral home can change the fundamental fact. The people we love will die. We will die. All the management and professionalization in the world cannot alter this by 1 second. Perhaps the question is not whether we gained or lost by professionalizing death. Perhaps the question is what we do with whatever intimacy with death we can still find, how we face the reality that no professional, however skilled, can face for us. What do we carry forward from this history? What echoes of these transformations still sound in our lives today? We carry the living room, the space that was once the death room, now renamed and reclaimed for life. Every time we gather in that room to watch television or entertain friends, we inhabit a space that was once defined by death, where our great-great-grandparents kept vigil over the bodies of their loved ones. The name changed in 1910. The space remains. We carry the expectation of the beautiful dead, the peaceful face, the serene expression, the appearance of sleep that suggests the deceased might wake at any moment. This aesthetic, born in the romanticization of tuberculosis and perfected by generations of embalmers and funeral directors, shapes what we expect to see when we view a body. We would be disturbed to see death as it actually looks. The pallor, the sunkenness, the absolute stillness. We want the illusion. We carry the funeral industry itself, a multi-billion-dollar business that handles nearly 3 million deaths per year in America alone, employing tens of thousands of funeral directors and embalmers, operating tens of thousands of funeral homes in every city and town across the country. The Cincinnati School, the NFDA, the professionalization of death. These have become permanent features of our world, as established and as taken for granted as the medical profession or the legal profession. And we carry the loss of something older. The knowledge that families once possessed, how to prepare a body for burial, how to keep vigil through the night, how to confront death directly rather than through the mediation of professionals, has largely been forgotten. Most of us would not know how to lay out our own dead. Most of us will never try. The skills that were once passed from mother to daughter, from neighbour to neighbour, have been lost. This loss may be acceptable. Perhaps we prefer to have professionals handle death, just as we prefer to have professionals handle our plumbing and our taxes and our illnesses. There is no shame in specialization. Modern life is built on the division of labour, on the delegation of tasks we cannot or will not do ourselves. But there may be something valuable in remembering that it was not always so. That for most of human history, death was handled by families, by communities, by women who knew what to do because they had been taught by women before them. That the professionalization we take for granted is recent, barely a century and a half old. That it is contingent, the product of specific historical circumstances, not an inevitable feature of human society. That it is, in principle, reversible. We need not return to the old ways, but we can remember them. We can honour the layers out and watchers whose work has been forgotten, whose names appear in no history books. And we can ask ourselves, each time death comes into our lives, how much we wish to delegate, and how much we wish to do ourselves. Death comes to everyone. This we know. This is the one certainty in human life, the one fact that unites every person who has ever lived or ever will live. What we have traced tonight is how one society, in one era, chose to respond to that universal fact. How America moved from intimacy to distance, from participation to delegation, from community to commerce. How it transformed a family matter, handled by women in parlours, into a commercial service, handled by men in funeral homes. How it built an industry, a vast, sophisticated, profitable industry, on the unchangeable reality of mortality. Other societies have made other choices. Other cultures handle death in ways that would seem strange to us, and our ways would seem strange to them. Other eras will make choices we cannot imagine, will develop technologies and practices that would be as foreign to us as embalming would have been to our ancestors in that Pennsylvania farmhouse in 1843. The professionalization of death was not inevitable. It was a response to specific circumstances: the Civil War, tuberculosis, urbanization, the railroad. Different circumstances might have produced different outcomes, and circumstances are changing again. The next transformation is already underway. Cremation is rising. Now chosen by more than half of Americans, a complete reversal from a century ago. Natural burial is growing. Burial without embalming, without elaborate caskets, with the body returned directly to the earth. Some families are reclaiming home funerals, washing and dressing their own dead as their great-great-grandmothers did. The industry built by Thomas Holmes and Joseph Henry Clark and Alan Durfee is changing, as all industries must change when the world changes around them. What will remain constant is death itself, and the human need to make sense of it, to honour the dead, to find some way, any way, to say goodbye. Let us return one final time to that Pennsylvania farmhouse. The year is 1843. February. The cold has seeped into every corner of the house, and the fire in the hearth barely holds it at bay. In the parlour, candles burn at the head and foot of a simple pine coffin that the husband built with his own hands this morning, working through his grief with hammer and saw. The neighbour women have done their work and gone home. They washed the body with care and tenderness. They dressed it in the best dress, the one saved for just such an occasion. They arranged the features into peace. The community has come to pay respects, to sit with the living, to share food and memory. Tomorrow the men will carry the coffin on their shoulders to the churchyard, and the minister will speak the words that have been spoken over the dead since time beyond memory. In this moment, death is intimate. It is handled by hands that knew the deceased in life, that held her hand, that braided her hair, that cared for her in sickness. It happens at home, in the same rooms where the family eats and sleeps and lives, where the children play and the fire burns. It is witnessed, not managed. It is confronted, not delegated. It is present, visible, real. This world is about to change. 20 years from now, Civil War battlefields will teach a generation of men to preserve the dead with arsenic and zinc. A president's funeral train will show the nation what embalming can do, will demonstrate that death can be delayed, that bodies can travel. Tuberculosis will kill millions and scatter millions more across a continent, far from home, far from the women who knew what to do, creating desperate demand for the services of the new death professionals. The parlour will become the living room. The undertaker will become the funeral director. Death will leave the home, quietly, gradually, completely, and take up permanent residence in professional facilities handled by strangers who have made mortality their trade, who have certificates on their walls and chemicals in their tanks and showrooms full of caskets in every price range. All of this is coming. But tonight, in 1843, in this farmhouse in the hills of Pennsylvania, none of it has happened yet. Tonight, a family keeps vigil in the old way, as families have kept vigil for countless generations. Tonight, death is still a family matter. Tonight the dead are still at home. And so, as the night deepens and the candles burn low, we leave that parlour behind. Its time is passing. The world is changing, shaped by war and disease and the relentless engine of professionalisation. But the fact of death remains, as it remained for those neighbour women, as it remained for Thomas Holmes and his preserved heads, as it remained for Abraham Lincoln on his funeral train, as it remains for us tonight. We have travelled far tonight, from parlours to battlefields, from neighbour women with their basins and cloths to professional, embalmers with their pumps and chemicals, from a world where death was intimate and present, to a world where death is managed and distant. We have traced the arc of a transformation that shaped the world we live in, that made possible the funeral industry we now take for granted, that renamed the very rooms in our homes. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another corner of tuberculosis history, another way that this singular disease shaped the world we inherited. But that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of candlelight guide you into sleep. Let the soft crackling of distant fire ease you into dreams. Let the knowledge that generations before us faced the same darkness, the same sorrow, the same mysteries of mortality. Let that knowledge offer some comfort. We are not alone in our mortality. We never have been. Every person who has ever lived has faced death, has lost someone they loved, has wondered what happens when the light goes out. We are part of an unbroken chain stretching back to the beginning of humanity. The women who laid out the dead, the layers out and watchers, the neighbour women who came when they were needed, knew something that we have largely forgotten. They knew that death is not an enemy to be defeated, not a failure to be hidden, but a passage to be honoured. They knew that caring for the dead is an act of love, not a transaction, not something to be purchased from strangers in a showroom. They knew that the hands that wash and dress a body, gently, tenderly, with the unhurried attention of those who understand the sacredness of the work, are performing something ancient and necessary and profoundly human. We professionalised death because we had to, because circumstances demanded it, because the old ways could not survive the pressures of war and disease and modernity. But perhaps, in some small way, we can still remember what was lost. Perhaps we can hold on to some thread of connection to those women in their parlours, keeping vigil by candlelight, performing the final acts of care for those they loved. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like, or share it with someone who might find comfort in these stories of how we came to be who we are. This channel exists because people like you choose to listen, to follow, to share. And I am grateful. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for travelling with me through parlours and battlefields and funeral homes. Thank you for sitting with the dead alongside me for a little while in the darkness. Sleep now, if sleep will come. The dead are at rest. The living must follow. Good night. In the spring of 1912, a German novelist visited his wife at a Swiss sanatorium. She was being treated for tuberculosis. He planned to stay for 3 weeks. A doctor examined him during his visit. "I found a moist spot on your lung," the doctor said. "You should consider remaining here for treatment, perhaps 3 months." Thomas Mann refused. He returned to Munich. He began writing. 12 years later, he published a novel about a young man who visits his cousin at a Swiss sanatorium. The young man plans to stay for 3 weeks. He remains for 7 years. Here is the strangest part of this story. When doctors later re-examined his wife's original x-rays, they found no evidence of tuberculosis. She had never had the disease at all. The greatest tuberculosis novel ever written, a book that would win its author the Nobel Prize, that would define an entire era, that would be called one of the most important works in the history of literature, was born from a misdiagnosis. From an illness that wasn't real. From a cure that didn't work. From 3 weeks that became 12 years. And here is something stranger still. The novel would predict with uncanny precision the catastrophe that was about to engulf Europe. It would diagnose a civilization's sickness before the symptoms became visible to anyone else. It would see the war coming, the World Festival of Death, and describe it in terms that would haunt readers for the next century. This is the story of the Magic Mountain, of Thomas Mann and his Enchanted Mountain, of a young engineer named Hans Castorp who went to visit a sanatorium and never came home. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're exploring one of literature's greatest novels, a book about time and death and disease, about love and philosophy and the collapse of European civilization. A book that was intended as a short comedic novella and became a 1,200-page epic. A book written in the shadow of one world war and published in the ruins of another. If you've journeyed with us before to Davos, to that alpine town that tuberculosis built, then you already know the world we're entering tonight. The same cure terraces, the same mountain air, the same patients wrapped in blankets, breathing deeply, watching the snow fall on the peaks above. But tonight, we're not just visiting the sanatoriums. We're entering the mind of the man who immortalized them. We're following Thomas Mann from the merchant houses of Lübeck to the balconies of Davos, from the outbreak of the First World War to the Nobel Prize ceremony in Stockholm. We'll walk the corridors of the Berghof Sanatorium where Hans Castorp spent 7 enchanted years. We'll listen to the great debates between reason and passion, between life and death. We'll stand with hands in the snow, lost in a blizzard, dreaming of paradise and horror. And we'll follow Thomas Mann himself through the darkest chapters of the 20th century, through exile and loss, through the rise of fascism and the destruction of everything he loved, through the long years of speaking across an ocean to a homeland that no longer wanted him. It is a long journey, but the night is long, and the fire is warm, and there is nowhere else we need to be. So settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow, let the mountain air fill your lungs, that thin, cold, impossibly clear air that was supposed to cure tuberculosis, but instead created something far more lasting. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a train climbing through the Swiss Alps. It is May of 1912. The narrow gauge railway winds upward through tunnels and across viaducts, the locomotive labouring against the grade. Outside the windows, the world transforms. The green valleys of the lowlands give way to pine forests, then to rocky meadows where the last patches of winter snow still cling to sheltered hollows. The air grows thinner with each passing mile. Passengers who board at Lanquos at the base of the mountains find themselves yawning, their ears popping as the train climbs higher. The ordinary pressure of sea level gives way to something else, something lighter, stranger, more intoxicating. In one of the passenger carriages sits a man of 36. He is impeccably dressed, his moustache carefully groomed, his bearing that of a successful bourgeois gentleman. He carries with him the quiet confidence of someone who has already achieved what he set out to achieve, who has, against considerable odds, made himself into one of the most celebrated authors in the German language. His name is Thomas Mann, and he's travelling to Davos to visit his wife. Katja has been at the Wald Sanatorium since March. nearly 3 months now. Her doctors in Munich had detected what they believed was tuberculosis, and they had recommended the mountain cure, the same cure that Dr. Alexander Spengler had pioneered half a century earlier, the same cure that had transformed this remote valley into one of the most famous medical destinations in the world. Thomas has been worried. He and Katia have been married for 7 years now. They have 4 children, Erika, Klaus, Golo, and Monica, with 2 more still to come. The household in Munich depends on Katia's management. Without her, everything has been more difficult. But it is more than inconvenience that troubles him. It is fear. Tuberculosis kills. It killed Chopin and Keats, the Bronte sisters and Chekhov. It is the White Plague, the captain of death, the disease that has shaped the 19th century more than any other. And now it has come for his wife. He has been at home with the children, writing as he always writes, with the disciplined regularity of a factory worker. Every morning at his desk by 9 o'clock, every afternoon with his correspondence, tea at 4, a walk before dinner, the life of a German author, ordered and productive. But the work has not gone well. He has been distracted, anxious. The letters from Davos bring mixed news. Katia is comfortable, the doctors are optimistic, but the cure takes time, months, perhaps a year or more. And now he is ascending into her world, a world where time moves differently, where the healthy and the sick live side by side, in elegant buildings perched on mountainsides, where conversations about philosophy and death and the meaning of existence fill the long hours between meals. He does not know it yet, but this 3-week visit will change the course of his career. It will give him the setting and the atmosphere for a novel that will consume the next 12 years of his life. It will introduce him to a world suspended between life and death, a world that will prove irresistible to his literary imagination. The train pulls into the station at Davos-Platz. The air that greets him as he steps onto the platform is thin and cold and impossibly clear. He can see for miles in every direction, the peaks sharp against the blue sky, the snowfields brilliant in the May sunshine. The altitude hits him immediately. His heart beats faster, his breath comes shorter, colours seem more vivid than they should be. There is something intoxicating about this air, something that makes the ordinary world below seem impossibly distant. Somewhere above him, on one of those elegant terraces, his wife lies wrapped in blankets, breathing this same air, waiting for him to arrive. Thomas Mann has just completed a novella about death and desire in Venice, a story about a celebrated author who travels to a foreign city and falls under a spell from which he cannot escape, a story that ends with a cholera epidemic and a death on the beach. He has come to Davos thinking he might write something similar, a companion piece, a light satirical treatment of the same themes, death and enchantment, but set in a tuberculosis sanatorium rather than a plague-ridden city. Something short, something he can finish in a few months. He has no idea that the short story he's imagining will become a novel of over 1,000 pages. He has no idea that the First World War will erupt before he can finish it. He has no idea that by the time he writes the final sentence, Europe will have torn itself apart. This is his story, and theirs. To understand Thomas Mann, we must first understand where he came from. He was born on the 6th of June, 1875, in the ancient Hanseatic city of Lübeck, a city of brick churches and merchant houses of trading families whose roots stretched back centuries, a city where respectability and commerce and Protestant virtue formed the bedrock of existence. The Hanseatic League had made Lübeck rich. For centuries it had been one of the great trading centres of northern Europe, a city of ships and warehouses, of merchants who grew wealthy on grain and salt and timber. The city's coat of arms proclaimed it the Queen of the Hanse, and even in the late 19th century, long after the League had faded into history, Lübeck's leading families still carried themselves with the dignity of merchant princes. The Mann family was one of these merchant dynasties. His father, Johann Heinrich Mann, was a grain trader and senator of the city, a pillar of the community, respected and prosperous. His grandfather and great-grandfather had been Lübeck citizens before him. The family business, Johann Siegmund Mann, had celebrated its centenary during Thomas's boyhood. The family home stood on the Bäckergrube, one of the finest streets in Lübeck. It was a grand house, filled with heavy furniture and family portraits, with servants and silver and all the trappings of bourgeois success. Young Thomas grew up surrounded by respectability. But his mother was different. Julia da Silva Bruns had been born in Brazil, the daughter of a German plantation owner and a Portuguese Creole mother. She had been brought to Germany at the age of 7, raised by relatives, educated in the European manner. But she carried within her something that her husband's Lübeck relatives never quite understood: a love of music, of art, of the life of feeling rather than commerce. She was beautiful and dark-eyed, with an artist's temperament hidden beneath the proper exterior of a senator's wife. Musicians frequented their house. The piano was never silent for long. The world of art and beauty existed alongside the world of grain prices and merchant ledgers. It was through his mother that the young Thomas Mann was exposed to music, especially the operas of Richard Wagner. He would remember those evenings all his life, the music washing over him, the sense of being transported to another world. Wagner would remain his great passion, his troubling love, the composer whose genius and whose dangerous politics would haunt his work for decades. Thomas was the second son. His older brother Heinrich would also become a writer, and eventually a rival whose political views would lead to years of estrangement. But in childhood, the two boys shared their mother's artistic temperament, her sensitivity, her sense that there was more to life than the counting house. There were also sisters, Julia and Carla, and a younger brother, Victor, but it was Thomas and Heinrich who would carry the family's artistic aspirations into the world. Thomas loathed school. He failed to meet its requirements with what he later described as an innate and paralysing resistance to any external demands. The Katharineum, Lübeck's venerable gymnasium, could make nothing of him. He was not stupid, far from it, but he refused to perform. He dreamed and wrote poetry and waited for his real life to begin. He was designated to take over the family grain firm, but everyone who knew him understood that this was impossible. He was not made for commerce. He was made for something else. The question was whether that something else would ever amount to anything. In 1891, when Thomas was 15, his father died. Senator Mann left careful instructions in his will. The grain business was to be liquidated. He knew his sons. He knew they would never carry on the family tradition. Better to sell than to watch them destroy what generations had built. The family moved to Munich, a centre of art and literature, a city where a young man with artistic ambitions might find his way. Julia Mann took her children south, away from the grey skies and brick churches of Lübeck, into a world of cafes and galleries and bohemian possibility. And find his way Thomas did. The Munich years were formative. He worked briefly at an insurance company, a disaster. He attended lectures at the university, however sporadically. He read voraciously. He wrote stories and sent them to magazines. Slowly, painfully, he learned his craft. He also travelled to Italy with his brother Heinrich, spending months in Rome and Palestine. Italy would become one of his great subjects. The South, the sun, the sensuality that both attracted and frightened his northern Protestant soul. At the age of 26, Thomas Mann published his first novel. It was called Buddenbrooks, and it told the story of the decline of a merchant family in Lübeck over the course of 4 generations. It was, quite openly, the story of his own family, the slow decay of commercial energy, the rise of artistic sensitivity, the transformation from prosperity to decadence. The novel drew on everything he knew: the family home on the Becker Gruber, the senator father with his public dignity and private doubts, the artistic mother who didn't quite belong, the children who couldn't carry on the tradition, the long, slow decline from merchant, vigour to aesthetic refinement to collapse. The Lübeck patricians were not pleased. They recognised themselves in its pages, or thought they did. They called it a scandalous Roman éclat, a betrayal of their caste. For years, Mann would receive angry letters from Lübeck, from people who claimed he had libelled their families. But the rest of Germany embraced it. Buddenbrooks became a bestseller, then a classic. It would eventually help earn its author the Nobel Prize. The young man who had failed at school, who couldn't hold down a job at an insurance company, had written one of the great novels of the German language. By 1912, when Thomas Mann boarded that train to Davos, he was already famous. He had married Katja Pringsheim in 1905, the daughter of a wealthy Munich family, a woman of intelligence and beauty, who would become his lifelong partner and the mother of his 6 children. Katja was remarkable in her own right. Her father was a distinguished mathematician. Her mother came from the wealthy Dome family, known for their progressive politics. Katja herself had been one of the first women to audit university lectures in Munich. She was brilliant, cultured, and devoted to her difficult, demanding husband. He had published short stories and novellas that had established him as a master of German prose. Tonio Kröger, a story about an artist torn between his bourgeois origins and his artistic calling. Tristan, a darkly comic tale set in a sanatorium, a hint of things to come. Most recently, he had completed Death in Venice. This novella told the story of Gustav von Aschenbach, a celebrated writer who travels to Venice and becomes obsessed with a beautiful Polish boy named Tadzio. As Aschenbach's obsession grows, a cholera epidemic sweeps through the city. He refuses to leave, refuses to tear himself away from the object of his desire. Eventually he dies on the beach, watching Tadzio wade into the sea. Death in Venice was partly autobiographical. Mann and his wife had vacationed in Venice the previous year, staying at the Grand Hôtel des Bains on the Lido. There he had encountered a young Polish boy who fascinated him, the same boy who would become Tadzio in the novella. He had also witnessed the early stages of a cholera outbreak. The authorities were covering it up, afraid of scaring away tourists. But the disease was there, lurking in the canals and alleyways. He had turned these experiences into literature, into a meditation on beauty and death, on desire and dissolution. The novella was received as a masterpiece, but Mann was already thinking about his next project, something lighter perhaps, something that would revisit the same themes: enchantment, death, the spell of illness, but in a more satirical mode. He was thinking about tuberculosis, about sanatoriums, about those strange mountain communities where the sick and the healthy lived together in a world apart. And now, as the train climbed toward Davos, he was about to experience that world firsthand. The Wald Sanatorium had opened just the year before, in 1911. It was one of the newest and most modern of Davos's many medical institutions, a palace of healing perched on the mountainside above the town. Its director, Dr. Friedrich Jessen, was known for his progressive methods and his belief in the curative power of mountain air. Katja Mann had been among its first patients. She had arrived in March with what doctors believed was tuberculosis. For nearly 3 months she had followed the prescribed regimen. rest on the cure terrace, rich food, hours of stillness in the mountain air. She had written letters to her husband describing daily life in the sanatorium. The meals, 5 enormous meals per day, designed to build up the wasted bodies of the consumptives, the fellow patients, a strange mix of nationalities and temperaments, united only by their illness. The strange atmosphere of a community where death was always present but rarely discussed. These letters are lost now, but their influence remains. They gave Thomas Mann his first glimpse into a world that would obsess him for the next 12 years. A world where time seemed to stand still, where conversations about death were as common as conversations about the weather, where the healthy became infected not just with disease, but with a certain way of thinking, a certain enchantment. When he arrived at the sanatorium in May, Thomas Mann did not simply visit his wife. He immersed himself in the sanatorium life. He sat on the balcony beside her, wrapped in the same kind of camel hair blanket that all the patients used. He breathed the thin, alpine air. He observed the doctors and nurses going about their rounds. He listened to the conversations between patients. He noted the rituals and routines. He absorbed the peculiar atmosphere of this place, what he would later call a mixture of death and amusement. And then, as we have heard, a doctor examined him and found a moist spot on his lung. Would he like to stay for 3 months? Would he like to take the cure himself? Thomas Mann said no. He had children waiting for him in Munich, books to write, a life to live. He could not surrender to the mountain spell, however seductive it might be. But the question stayed with him. What if he had said yes? What if he had surrendered? What if he had stayed? The novel he would write imagined the answer. The novel that Thomas Mann began writing in 1913 opens with a young man on a train. His name is Hans Castorp. He's 23 years old, an engineer from Hamburg, and he is travelling to the Swiss Alps to visit his cousin Joachim Siemsen. Joachim has been at the Berghof Sanatorium for several months, being treated for tuberculosis. Hans plans to stay for 3 weeks, just long enough to keep his cousin company, before returning to the flatlands to begin his career. 3 weeks, 21 days, a brief interruption in the orderly progression of a young bourgeois life. Hans will visit, he will rest, he will breathe the famous mountain air, and then he will descend to the real world below, to engineering projects and business concerns and all the productive activities of modern life. This is what Hans believes. This is what the reader believes, at least at first. But the mountain has other plans. Mann introduces his protagonist with careful irony. Hans Castorp is ordinary, thoroughly, deliberately ordinary. He is not particularly intelligent or gifted. He has no great passions, no burning ambitions. He is simply a young man of his class and time, a product of Hamburg's merchant culture, destined to build ships and make money and live the respectable life his family expects. He has recently passed his engineering exams and is about to take a position at the shipyard of Tunder and Wilms. Everything is prepared. His future is mapped out. All he needs to do is follow the path that has been laid before him. But first, this brief holiday in the mountains. 3 weeks to visit his cousin, 3 weeks to see the sanatorium that everyone talks about, 3 weeks to breathe the famous air. The journey itself is significant. Mann devotes pages to Hans's ascent from the flatlands to the mountain. The train climbs and climbs. The air grows thinner. The landscape becomes more dramatic. It is as though Hans is travelling not just to a different place, but to a different world entirely. From the moment Hans arrives, something is different. The air is thinner, his heart beats faster. Colours seem more vivid, sounds more distinct. Even time itself seems to move differently. The hours stretch and compress in ways that the flatlands never permitted. His cousin Joachim meets him at the station. Joachim is a soldier, or would be, if only he could get well. His greatest desire is to leave the sanatorium, to descend to the flatlands, to begin his military career. But the doctors keep finding reasons for him to stay. His fever persists. His lungs are not yet healed. Just a few more months, they tell him. Just a little longer. Hans is struck by how natural this all seems to Joachim. The routine of the sanatorium has become his cousin's entire world. The morning rest cure, the 5 enormous meals per day, the temperature taking, the x-rays, the consultations with doctors. Joachim speaks of these things as if they were the normal substance of existence. And indeed, at the Berghof they are. The sanatorium itself is like a grand hotel perched on the mountainside with views in every direction. It has elegant public rooms and private balconies, a library and a dining room, gardens and walking paths. The patients live in comfort, even luxury. But beneath the elegance lies the ever-present reality of illness and death. Hans is shown to his room, a pleasant chamber with a balcony overlooking the valley. The furniture is solid and comfortable. The walls are thick enough to muffle the sounds of the neighbouring patients. It could be a room in any good hotel. Except that the room's previous occupant died here just 2 days ago. The sheets have been changed and the room has been aired, but the death still lingers somehow. It is the first of many deaths that Hans will encounter at the Berghof. The sanatorium has its own customs, its own hierarchies, its own way of measuring time. New patients are called horizontal. They must spend their days lying on the cure terraces, forbidden from walking or exerting themselves. More advanced patients are granted increasing freedoms, allowed to walk in the gardens, to take excursions into the surrounding mountains. But no one, it seems, ever truly leaves, or if they do, they often return. The mountain has a way of claiming its own. Hans meets the chief physician, Hofrat Behrens, a tall, melancholic, wryly humorous man who has lived at the sanatorium for years. Behrens' own wife died here of tuberculosis, and he stayed on when he discovered that he too was infected. Now he presides over this community of the sick with a mixture of professional competence and dark humour. Behrens paints in his spare time, portraits of the patients mostly. He has painted Klavdia Shosha, the Russian woman who will become Hans's obsession. His medical eye and his artist eye see the same things: the signs of illness, the pallor of the skin, the particular beauty that consumption sometimes gives its victims. There is also Dr. Krakowski, who handles the psychological aspects of treatment. He is a bearded man with a penetrating gaze, given to wearing sandals and speaking in suggestive terms about the unconscious. He believes that illness has its roots in repressed desires, that physical disease is often the manifestation of psychological conflict. His lectures are well attended by the patients, who have little else to occupy their time. The lectures are about love, mostly, about the hidden workings of desire and repression. The patients listen, fascinated and uncomfortable, wondering what their own illnesses might reveal about their secret selves. Hans intends to observe all of this as an outsider. He is healthy after all. He is just visiting. In 3 weeks, he will return to Hamburg, to his uncle's shipping firm, to the life that awaits him in the flatlands. But on the very first evening, something happens. During dinner, he notices a woman across the dining room. She has high cheekbones, slightly slanted eyes, and a peculiar habit of letting doors slam behind her. Her name is Klavdia Shosha. She's Russian, married but alone, and she has been at the sanatorium on and off for years. Hans watches her. He cannot stop watching her. There is something about her face, something about the way she moves, that reminds him of someone from his past. A boy named Pribislav Hipper from his school days, a friend with whom he shared a single charged encounter. He does not understand this fascination. He does not want to understand it. But from this moment forward, Klavdia Shosha will become his obsession. And then, within days of his arrival, Hans develops symptoms. A cold, perhaps, a mild infection. His face feels flushed. His heartbeat is irregular. There is a strange taste in his mouth, the taste of blood, perhaps, though he cannot be sure. Hofrat Behrens examines him and discovers what the real Thomas Mann's doctor had discovered in 1912, a moist spot on his lung. Would Hans like to stay for treatment? Would he like to take the cure? Unlike Thomas Mann, Hans Castorp says yes. What does it mean to stay on the mountain? The first thing Hans discovers is that time moves differently here. In the flatlands, time is marked by activity, by work and appointments, and the forward progress of a career. But at the Berghof, there is no work to be done. The patient's only job is to rest, to eat, to breathe, to wait. The days blur together. Monday becomes indistinguishable from Wednesday. The weeks accumulate without marking. The seasons change. Summer gives way to autumn, autumn to the deep snows of winter. But the routine remains constant. Rest cure at 9, lunch at noon, rest cure at 2, dinner at 7. The same balcony, the same blankets, the same view of the mountains. Thomas Mann called his novel a Zeitroman, a novel about time. Not just because it was set in a particular historical era, but because time itself is the novel's subject. The sanatorium exists outside of ordinary time. It is a place where the normal rules do not apply. The novel's structure mirrors this distortion. The first day at the Berghof takes over 100 pages to describe. The second day takes almost as long, but later, entire years pass in a single chapter. Time expands and contracts according to the logic of experience rather than the clock. Hans begins to lose track of how long he has been at the Berghof. Was it 3 weeks, 3 months, longer? His letters home grow less frequent. His thoughts of Hamburg, of his engineering career, of the life that awaits him in the flatlands grow dimmer and more distant. The mountain is casting its spell. Part of this spell is the routine itself. The 5 meals per day are enormous, intended to build up the wasted bodies of the consumptives, to provide the calories needed to fight the disease. Breakfast, second breakfast, lunch, tea, dinner, rich foods, heavy foods, milk and eggs and butter and meat. The patients eat and rest, their bodies growing softer even as their lungs struggle to heal. There is something almost obscene about this abundance of food in the midst of wasting disease. But the logic is medical. The body needs fuel to fight the bacillus. Part of the spell is the enforced stillness. During the rest cure, patients are forbidden to read, to talk, to do anything that might agitate the mind or body. They must simply lie there, wrapped in blankets against the mountain cold, breathing the thin air, staring at the sky. And part of the spell is the obsession with symptoms. Every patient takes their temperature multiple times daily, keeping the thermometer in their mouth for exactly 7 minutes. One of many 7s that recur throughout the novel. Every fluctuation is noted, analysed, discussed. A rise of a few tenths of a degree becomes a matter of intense concern. A decline is cause for celebration. The body becomes the sole focus of attention. Normal life, with its distractions and diversions, falls away. There is only the body, the temperature, the hope of healing. Hans finds himself drawn into this obsession. He purchases his own thermometer, an expensive precision instrument. and monitors his temperature with growing fascination. He learns to read the subtle signs of his body, to interpret every flush and chill. His moist spot becomes the centre of his existence. But is he really sick? This is the question that hovers over the novel, just as it hovered over Katia Mann's actual diagnosis. The doctors at the Berghof find evidence of illness. They prescribe treatment. They find reasons for Hans to stay. But the reader begins to wonder whether the illness is real, or whether it is an excuse, a reason to stay on the mountain, to escape the demands of life below. Perhaps Hans wants to be sick. Perhaps illness is a form of freedom. For there is something seductive about illness, something liberating about being excused from the normal obligations of existence. At the Berghof, Hans has no responsibilities, no work to complete, no career to build. He can spend his days in contemplation, in conversation, in the slow accumulation of experience. The German word for this state is Krankheit, sickness. But there is another word that applies, Versuchung, temptation. The sanatorium offers the temptation of withdrawal, of escape from life's demands. It is a temptation that many of the patients have succumbed to. The flatlands come to seem impossibly distant. When letters arrive from Hamburg, they feel like messages from another world, a world of commerce and industry and practical concerns, a world where time marches forward, where things get done, where life has purpose and direction. His uncle writes, asking about his plans. His friends write, wondering when he will return. The engineering firm writes, reminding him that his position cannot be held indefinitely. But these communications seem increasingly irrelevant. They belong to a life that Hans is no longer sure he wants. But on the mountain, there is no forward movement. There is only the eternal present of the cure. There is only the routine, the meals, the rest cure, the conversations, the temperature taking. There is only the waiting. 3 weeks becomes 3 months. 3 months becomes a year. Hans stops mentioning his departure date. He stops thinking about Hamburg. The mountain has claimed him. This is the enchantment that Thomas Mann experienced during his 3-week visit in 1912. He could have stayed. The doctor had invited him to stay. He had felt the mountain's pull, the seductive promise of illness, the strange peace of a world where normal life was suspended. He chose to leave. His character does not. And in not leaving, Hans Castorp opens himself to experiences that would never have been possible in the flatlands. He opens himself to philosophy, to ideas, to the great debates that will consume the rest of the novel. He opens himself to questions about life and death, about the meaning of existence, about the nature of time itself. He opens himself to love and to death. If time is the novel's structure, ideas are its substance. Hans Castorp arrives at the Berghof as an ordinary young man, well-meaning but intellectually unremarkable. He has received the standard education of his class, but he has never thought deeply about philosophy or politics or the meaning of existence. He has accepted the world as he found it. The mountain will change this. His first educator is Lodovico Settembrini, an Italian man of letters who has been at the Sanatorium for years. Settembrini is a humanist, an apostle of the Enlightenment, a believer in reason and progress and the dignity of man. He speaks in elaborate, beautifully constructed sentences. He quotes the classics. He sees himself as a representative of civilization itself. Settembrini comes from a distinguished Italian family. His grandfather fought with Mazzini for Italian unification. His father was a classical scholar and freethinker. Settembrini himself works on a great encyclopedia of suffering. a catalogue of all the ways that human beings have been oppressed and tortured throughout history, compiled in order to prevent such suffering from ever happening again. He is, in his way, an idealist. He believes that education can improve humanity. He believes that reason can triumph over superstition. He believes that the future will be better than the past. Settembrini takes Hans under his wing. He warns him about the dangers of the mountain, not just the physical dangers of tuberculosis, but the spiritual dangers of enchantment. The sanatorium, Settembrini believes, encourages a kind of moral lassitude. It makes people fall in love with death rather than life. It seduces them away from the active, productive existence that gives human life its meaning. Flee this place, Settembrini urges. Return to the flatlands. Take up your work, your career, your responsibilities. Do not let the mountain claim you. His favourite word is placet, the Latin for it is pleasing. It pleases him when Hans shows signs of intellectual awakening. It displeases him when Hans falls under the mountain's spell. Hans listens, fascinated. He has never met anyone like Settembrini. No one who speaks with such passion about ideas, who sees the world as a battleground of competing philosophies. The Italian opens doors in Hans's mind that have never been opened before. But he does not flee. He stays. And in staying, he encounters Settembrini's opposite. Leo Nafta is a Jew who has converted to Catholicism and been educated by the Jesuits. His story is extraordinary. Born into poverty in a Galician village, he witnessed his father's murder by a pogrom when he was a child. The Jesuits took him in, educated him, converted him. Now he lives in Davos, too ill to continue his work as a teacher, but still formidably intelligent. Where Settembrini represents the Enlightenment, Nafta represents its opposite: authority, tradition, the rejection of humanist optimism. He believes that the modern world has lost its way, that reason without faith leads to chaos, that humanity needs the discipline of absolute truth. He is small, sharp-featured, and dressed always in elegant black. His rooms are filled with religious art, a pieta, crucifixes, images of suffering and martyrdom. He takes a dark pleasure in argument, in reducing his opponents to confusion and despair. The two men despise each other. Settembrini calls Nafta a terrorist and a nihilist. Nafta calls Settembrini a windbag and a fool. They cannot be in the same room without arguing. And yet they are drawn together, locked in endless debates that Hans witnesses with growing fascination. These debates form the intellectual heart of the novel. Settembrini argues for democracy, for tolerance, for human rights. Nafta argues for hierarchy, for discipline, for the submission of the individual to higher powers. They debate war and peace, art and commerce, life and death. What is progress? Settembrini believes in it absolutely. The forward march of reason, the gradual improvement of humanity. Nafta calls this a delusion. History is not a line but a circle. Civilizations rise and fall. The idea that modern humanity is superior to its ancestors is merely arrogance. What is freedom? For Settembrini, it is the highest value, the right of individuals to determine their own destinies. For Nafta, it is a curse. Freedom without guidance leads only to chaos and despair. Human beings need discipline, hierarchy, truth imposed from above. Neither wins, neither can win. That is the point. Thomas Mann wrote much of this material during the First World War, when the ideas that Settembrini and Nafta represent were tearing Europe apart. The novel became a battlefield for the same conflicts that were playing out in the trenches of France and Belgium. Reason versus tradition. Progress versus authority. The Enlightenment versus its enemies. Mann's own sympathies were complicated. At the start of the war, He had sided against the Enlightenment. He had written essays defending German culture against what he saw as the shallow rationalism of the West. He had quarrelled bitterly with his brother Heinrich, who supported the democracies. But as the war dragged on, as the carnage mounted, his views began to shift. The novel reflects this internal struggle. Neither Settembrini nor NAFTA is simply right or wrong. Both articulate genuine insights. Both are also deeply flawed. Settembrini's humanism can seem naive and self-satisfied. His faith in progress seems increasingly hollow in a world preparing for industrial slaughter. NAFTA's authoritarianism leads ultimately to nihilism, a worship of death that negates everything he claims to believe. Hans listens to them both. He absorbs their arguments. He is educated by their conflict. But he is never simply a student. The novel's great achievement is that Hans Castorp, this ordinary young man, this unremarkable engineer from Hamburg, becomes wiser than his teachers. He finds a position between their extremes, a synthesis that neither of them can achieve. This synthesis will be articulated most clearly in the novel's central chapter, a chapter called Snow. But before we reach that moment, we must speak of love. For Hans's education is not only intellectual, it is also emotional, and at its centre is Klavdia Choschal. For months, Hans watches Klavdia from across the dining room. He does not speak to her. He does not introduce himself. The social conventions of the sanatorium do not permit such forwardness. Patients are introduced formally or not at all. A young German engineer cannot simply approach a married Russian woman and declare his interest. So, he watches. He learns her schedule. He positions himself where he will see her. In the dining room, in the corridors, in the gardens. He becomes, in his quiet way, obsessed. What is it about her? She is not conventionally beautiful. Her face is too broad, her cheekbones too pronounced. She has what the Germans call Kyrgyz eyes, slightly slanted, suggesting something Asiatic, something foreign, something other. And yet Hans cannot look away. There is something about her face, something about the way she moves that holds him captive. It is as though he has known her before, in some previous life or some forgotten dream. He realizes gradually what this feeling means. Klavdia reminds him of someone, a boy named Pribislav Hipper whom he knew in school, a boy with the same Kyrgyz eyes, the same high cheekbones, a boy with whom he shared a single, charged encounter. This is one of the novel's most daring elements. Hans's love for Klavdia is bound up with a memory of boyhood desire, of feelings that were never acknowledged or expressed. He once borrowed a pencil from Pribislav Hipper, and the exchange was invested with an intensity that he never understood and never forgot. The mountain, which suspends normal rules of time, also suspends normal rules of propriety. It allows Hans to feel things that Hamburg would never have permitted. It allows him to acknowledge desires that the flatlands would have kept hidden. Settembrini warns him. Stay away from the Asiatic, he says, using a word that reveals his own prejudices. He sees Klavdia as a representative of everything he opposes, the irrational, the sensual, the Eastern. She is disorder in female form. She is ill, he says. She is soft, she is lax. She lets doors slam behind her because she has no discipline, no self-control. She will drag you down into her softness. Hans cannot stay away. He borrows a pencil from her, an act that echoes his long-ago encounter with Pribislav Hipper. He learns her routines. He listens for the sound of her door slamming. He becomes, in his quiet way, her devotee. And then comes Carnival Night. Once a year the Berghof celebrates Fasching. the carnival that precedes Lent. Patients don costumes and masks. The normal hierarchies are suspended. Wine flows freely. For one night, everyone pretends to be someone else. It is a dangerous night. The sick pretend to be healthy. The proper pretend to be wild. Rules that govern daily life are temporarily suspended. Anything might happen. Hans approaches Klavdia at last. They speak. He uses the intimate form of address, du rather than sie, a liberty that would be unthinkable under normal circumstances. In German, to use du with a stranger is either an insult or an intimacy. Hans means it as intimacy. They speak in French, neither's native language, but a language in which difficult things might be said more easily. Hans tells her of his love, of his months of watching, of the dreams that have consumed him. She is not surprised. She has known. Perhaps she has been waiting. That night they consummate their passion. The details are not given. Mann was a discreet writer, and the scene unfolds largely through implication, but the implication is clear. Hans enters her room. He does not leave until morning. It is the only night they will have. The next morning, Klavdia leaves the sanatorium. She has been planning this departure for weeks. She returns to her husband, to whatever life awaits her in Russia. She leaves Hans only a memento, an X-ray photograph of her diseased lungs, which he will treasure like a love token. Hans is devastated, but he does not follow her. He does not leave the mountain. Instead, he waits. He waits for 3 more years. This is the strange mathematics of love on the mountain. One night becomes an eternity. 3 years of waiting become a mere interlude. Time stretches and compresses according to its own logic. During these years, Hans continues his education. He reads books from the sanatorium library, books on anatomy, on physiology, on the nature of life itself. He listens to the debates between Settembrini and Nafta. He observes the other patients, watching as some recover and descend to the flatlands, watching as others decline and die. His cousin Joachim finally leaves. He can wait no longer for the doctor's permission. He descends to the flatlands, takes up his military career, becomes the soldier he always wanted to be. But the mountain is not finished with him. Within months, Joachim returns. His illness has flared again. This time there will be no recovery. Hans watches his cousin die, watches him slip away in a scene of terrible pathos, still trying to salute, still the soldier at the end. It is the death that affects Hans most deeply. Joachim was his connection to the flatlands, his link to normal life. With Joachim gone, the mountain's hold on Hans is complete. And then, years after her departure, Klavdia Chosha returns. But she is not alone. The man who accompanies Klavdia is unlike anyone Hans has encountered at the Berghof. His name is Mynheer Peperkorn. He is Dutch, a former coffee planter from Java, and he is enormously wealthy. He is also old, sick, and possessed of a personality so overwhelming that everyone around him is drawn into his orbit like planets around a sun. Peperkorn is massive, a great bear of a man with a leonine head and piercing eyes. He dominates every room he enters, not through force or aggression, but through sheer presence. When he speaks, everyone listens, even though he rarely finishes a sentence. This is the strangest thing about him. Peperkorn cannot complete a thought. His speech trails off into fragments, into gestures, into inarticulate but somehow eloquent silences. He raises a finger, makes a gesture, and everyone nods as though he has said something profound. "Life, gentlemen," he begins. "Life is..." that is to say, and in short, but enough. And somehow this is enough. His presence fills in what his words leave out. Where Settembrini and Nafta are all words, all ideas, Peppercorn is pure life force. He represents something that cannot be captured in arguments or philosophies, the irrational vitality that makes existence worthwhile. Thomas Mann based this character partly on Gerhard Hauptmann, a famous German poet whom Mann both admired and resented. Hauptmann was a towering figure in German letters, a Nobel laureate, a literary celebrity, a man who commanded attention wherever he went. But Mann found him intellectually disappointing, a great presence with little substance. The portrait in the novel is affectionate but also satirical. Peppercorn is magnificent but also absurd, a giant who cannot express the simplest thought. He is the critic's nightmare, a man who cannot be analysed because there is nothing to analyse, only presence. Hans should hate him. This is the man who has taken Klavdia. This is his rival. For 3 years Hans has waited for her return, dreaming of their one night together, treasuring the X-ray of her lungs, and now she returns on the arm of another man. But Hans finds himself drawn to Peppercorn instead. The two men become friends. They drink together. Peppercorn drinks enormously, a connoisseur of wines and liquors. They talk, or rather Peppercorn speaks in fragments while Hans listens, trying to decipher meaning from gesture and intonation. There is something generous in this friendship. Hans has learned during his years on the mountain to set aside jealousy. He has learned that love is not possession, that people cannot be owned. Klavdia belongs to no one, not even to herself. She moves through life like a force of nature, taking and leaving as the spirit moves her. Or perhaps it is simpler. Perhaps Peppercorn is simply impossible to resist. His personality is a force of nature, as irresistible as gravity. Even Settembrini and Nafta fall silent in his presence, their arguments suddenly seeming petty and abstract. But Peppercorn is dying. The vitality that animates him is flickering. He feels it failing, feels himself becoming impotent, a word that has both sexual and existential meaning. He can no longer be the life force he has always been. His body is betraying him, his spirit is dimming. He speaks of this to Hans, in his fragmentary way. The greatest sin, he says, is failure of feeling. To be alive and not feel alive, this is the unforgivable thing. Better to die than to lose the capacity for life. One day, he gathers a small group of friends for a picnic by a waterfall. It is a beautiful day. The water crashes over the rocks. Nature displays itself in all its overwhelming power. Peppercorn leads them to the waterfall's edge and begins to speak, but the roar of the water drowns out his words. No one can hear him. His gestures become more and more emphatic, but his voice is lost in the thunder of the cascade. It is perhaps the perfect image of his life. All presence, no content, all gesture, no words, magnificent and absurd at once. That night Peppercorn kills himself. He has chosen to end his life while he still can, before the vitality drains away completely. It is an act of will, a final assertion of control over a body that has begun to betray him. He uses a clever device of his own invention, a kind of spring-loaded poison needle. Even his death is elaborate, theatrical. Hans grieves, Klavdia grieves, and then, once again, she leaves. This time, Hans knows she will not return. This time, he does not wait. Before Peppercorn's arrival, before Klavdia's return, there is a moment that stands at the centre of the novel. Hans has taken up skiing. It is one of the few physical activities permitted to the patients, a way to exercise the lungs in the cold mountain air. day after day, he ventures into the snowfields above the sanatorium, exploring the wilderness that surrounds the Berghof. The skiing is solitary and meditative. Hans glides across the snow, alone with his thoughts, the sanatorium shrinking to a speck below him. Up here, the debates of Settembrini and NAFTA seem very far away. There is only the snow and the sky and the rhythm of his movements. One afternoon he goes too far. A storm blows in without warning. Within minutes he is lost in a whiteout, unable to see more than a few feet in any direction, unable to find his way back to the sanatorium. He skis in circles, though he does not know it. The storm grows worse. His strength begins to fail. The cold seeps into his bones. He knows, with growing certainty, that he is going to die. He takes shelter against a hay barn, a rough structure used by farmers in summer, now half buried in snow. He sits there, his back against the wooden wall, feeling the cold claim him. He is dying. He knows this. The cold is too intense, the storm too severe. No one knows where he has gone. He will freeze to death within hours. And as he sits there, waiting for death, he falls asleep. He dreams. The dream is the most remarkable passage in the novel. It is the moment toward which everything has been building. The synthesis that Hans achieves, the wisdom that goes beyond both Settembrini and NAFTA. At first, Hans finds himself on a Mediterranean shore. The sun is warm, the sea is blue. Beautiful people move through a classical landscape. Young men and women of perfect form, engaged in games and conversations and gentle love. It is paradise. It is everything the mountain is not. He sees children playing on the sand. He sees mothers nursing infants. He sees old people sitting in the shade watching the young with benevolent eyes. It is a vision of human life as it might be, harmonious, beautiful, at peace with itself. But the dream changes. Hans is drawn toward a temple at the edge of the landscape. It stands apart from the sunny scenes below, its columns casting deep shadows. Something compels him to enter, something he does not understand. Inside he finds something terrible. Two old women crouch over a child. They are tearing it apart, they are eating its flesh. Blood stains their mouths, their hands, the floor beneath them. The horror is indescribable. Hans wants to flee, wants to wake, wants to unsee what he has seen. But he cannot move. He can only watch as the hags continue their terrible feast. And then he understands. The beautiful people outside know about this horror. It is part of their world. They live their graceful, harmonious lives in full knowledge of the temple and what happens within it. The paradise and the horror exist together, inseparable. Hans wakes from this vision with a single insight. It is the most important sentence in the novel, set in space type in the German original, to emphasize its significance. For the sake of goodness and love, man shall let death have no sovereignty over his thoughts. This is Hans's synthesis. This is what he has learned from Settembrini and NAFTA, from Klavdia and Pieperkorn, from all his years on the mountain. Death is real. Horror is real. The temple and its horrors cannot be denied or wished away. But life must not be governed by them. Love must not be conquered by them. We must acknowledge death and still choose life. We must know the horror and still act with goodness and love. The storm clears. Hans finds his way back to the sanatorium. He has survived. But here is the strange thing. Within days, Hans forgets his vision. The insight fades. The words that seemed so clear in the snow become confused and uncertain in the warmth of the Berghof. The mountain reclaims him. its spell is unbroken. This forgetting is perhaps the most honest thing in the novel. Epiphanies rarely last. Insights fade. We return to our habitual ways of being, even when we have glimpsed something higher. The vision in the snow was real, but it could not survive the return to ordinary life. Hans will not remember his vision when he needs it most. Let us step back from the novel for a moment and consider the real Davos, the town that Thomas Mann visited in 1912, the place that would become the Berghof in his imagination. Davos sits at an altitude of 1,500 metres in the Graubünden Alps, high enough that the air is thin and cold, low enough that life is still possible. In the 19th century it was a small farming community, its people scraping a living from the rocky soil and sparse pastures. Everything changed when Dr. Alexander Spengler arrived. If you have travelled with us before to Davos, to the episode about that alpine town that tuberculosis built, you know Spengler's story. He was a German doctor who came to Davos in 1853, suffering from tuberculosis himself. The mountain air seemed to help him. He began to wonder if it might help others. Spengler became convinced that the particular combination of altitude, dry air and sunshine in Davos could benefit tubercular patients. He began recommending it to his patients. Others followed. By the 1860s, the first sanatoriums were being built. The Davos that Thomas Mann visited in 1912 was the product of this medical gold rush. The town had been transformed. Where once there were scattered farmhouses, now there were grand sanatoriums, buildings like ocean liners run aground on the mountainside, their balconies facing south to catch the sun. The Schatzalp, opened in 1900, was one of the grandest. Built in the Art Nouveau style, it, perched on a ridge above the town, accessible only by funicular railway. Its patients were wealthy, its facilities luxurious. It is the model for Mann's fictional Berghof. The Wald-Sanatorium, where Katja actually stayed, was newer, opened just in 1911. It was a forest sanatorium, set among pine trees on the mountainside above the town. Its director, Dr. Friedrich Jessen, was known for his modern methods. Life in these sanatoriums followed a strict routine. Patients spent hours each day on the cure terrace, lying in reclining chairs, wrapped in blankets, breathing the cold mountain air. They ate enormous meals, 5 per day, rich in fats and proteins, designed to build up their wasted bodies. They took their temperature obsessively. They submitted to x-rays and examinations. They lived suspended between hope and fear, never knowing whether they would recover or decline. The sanatoriums were also social worlds. Patients came from across Europe, from Germany and Russia, from England and France, from Italy and Austria. They were thrown together by their illness, united by their common fate. Romances flourished, friendships formed. The boundary between patient and visitor, between sick and healthy, was permeable and uncertain. Mann captured all of this in his novel. The 5 meals per day, the cure terraces, the obsessive temperature taking, the strange society of the sick. But he transformed it too, making the sanatorium into a symbol of something larger, a microcosm of European civilization before the catastrophe. By 1912, that catastrophe was only 2 years away. The world that Mann observed at the Wald-Sanatorium, the elegant society of the sick, the debates between humanists and authoritarians, the enchantment with death, was about to be swept away by war. The sanatoriums themselves would survive for another 4 decades, until antibiotics made the mountain cure obsolete. But the world they represented, the world of pre-war Europe, with its certainties and its illusions, would end in August of 1914. Mann did not know this when he visited. He could not have known. But by the time he finished his novel 12 years later, the catastrophe had happened. The novel that began as satire had become prophecy. We must now consider the man behind the novel, consider the circumstances in which it was written. Thomas Mann began writing The Magic Mountain in 1913, just over a year after his visit to Davos. He intended it to be a short satirical piece, a companion to death in Venice, exploring similar themes in a more humorous mode. Perhaps 100 pages, perhaps he could finish it in a year. Then, in the summer of 1914, the world exploded. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo set in motion a chain of events that would destroy the Europe Thomas Mann had known. Austria declared war on Serbia, Russia mobilized, Germany declared war on Russia and France. Britain entered the conflict. Within weeks, millions of men were marching toward trenches where they would die in numbers that defied comprehension. Mann, like many German intellectuals, initially supported the war. He saw it as a defense of German culture against what he perceived as the shallow materialism of the West. Germany represented depth, inwardness, the life of the spirit. France and England represented surface, commerce, the life of mere reason. This is a position that seems incomprehensible now, but it was common among German intellectuals in 1914. They believed that German culture was superior to Western civilization, that Germany represented something deeper and more authentic than the democracies of the West. Mann threw himself into this argument. He wrote essays defending Germany, defending the war, defending what he saw as German values. He quarrelled bitterly with his brother Heinrich, who opposed the war and embraced the democratic values of France. The brothers stopped speaking. Their estrangement would last for years. It was a painful rupture. Two brothers who had grown up together, who had shared their mother's artistic temperament, now divided by politics and war. And still Mann worked on his novel, though the work was interrupted constantly. He wrote political essays, gave speeches, engaged in the conflicts of the day. The Magic Mountain lay unfinished, its characters frozen on their mountain while Europe burned. The war dragged on, 4 years that seemed like 40. The trenches became charnel houses. The dead piled up in numbers that numbed the mind. 10 million soldiers would die, 20 million more would be wounded. The flower of a generation was destroyed. By the time the war ended in 1918, everything had changed. The German Empire had fallen. Revolution had swept through the country. The old certainties had been swept away. Mann's own views had begun to shift. The carnage of the war had shaken his confidence in German exceptionalism. The failure of the old order made him reconsider his opposition to democracy. Slowly, painfully, he was coming to see that his position had been wrong. When he returned to the novel, he brought these new perspectives with him. The Magic Mountain became not just a story about a young man in a sanatorium, but an allegory for European civilization itself, a civilization that had been enchanted by dangerous ideas, that had fallen under the spell of death, that had descended into the madness of war. Once. The debates between Settembrini and NAFTA took on new meaning. They were no longer abstract philosophical discussions. They were the ideas that had torn Europe apart. The novel's final pages are among the strangest in literature. For 7 years, Hans Castorp has lived on the mountain. 7 years of rest, cures and debates, of love and death, of time suspended. 7 years while the world below prepared for catastrophe. And then, in August of 1914, the spell breaks. The word comes up the mountain. War has been declared. The European powers are mobilizing. Young men are needed to fight. The sanatorium empties. Patients who have been too sick to leave suddenly find themselves cured, or cured enough to fight. The debates between Settembrini and NAFTA reach their terrible conclusion. They quarrel, they challenge each other to a duel, and NAFTA, in a final gesture of nihilism, shoots himself rather than his opponent. Hans descends. After 7 years, he finally leaves the Berghof. Not because he is cured. We never know whether his illness was real. Not because he has chosen to leave. He could have stayed. He descends because history has summoned him. The final scene finds him on a battlefield somewhere in Flanders. Shells are falling. Men are dying around him. He stumbles forward through the mud and smoke, singing a German song. A love song, oddly, in the midst of all this death. The song is The Linden Tree from Schubert's Winterreise. A song about rest. About the tree that promises peace. About the traveller who is tempted to stop and sleep forever. It is a song about death, and Hans sings it as he marches toward what may be his own death. Thomas Mann does not tell us what happens next. The novel ends with Hans disappearing into the chaos of battle. Will he survive? The narrator offers little hope. Adventures of the flesh and in the spirit, while enhancing thy simplicity, granted thee to know in the spirit what in the flesh thou scarcely could have done. Moments there were, when out of death and the rebellion of the flesh, there came to thee as thou tookest stock of thyself a dream of love. Out of this universal feast of death, out of this extremity of fever, kindling the rain-washed evening sky to a fiery glow, may it be that love one day shall mount. The World Festival of Death. This is man's phrase for the war. The war that ended the world he had known. The war that killed millions. The war that made the enchantments of the sanatorium seem almost innocent by comparison. Hans Castorp, who spent 7 years learning to think about death, now faces death itself. Not as philosophy, but as artillery shells and poison gas and bodies piled in. Trenches. The abstract debates of Settembrini and NAFTA have become horribly concrete. It is an extraordinary ending, frustrating for readers who want resolution, who want to know whether Hans lives or dies, but true to the novel's vision. The mountain protected its patients from the world, but the world eventually comes for everyone. The enchantment ends, the spell breaks, history claims its own. Thomas Mann finished The Magic Mountain in the summer of 1924. He had worked on it for over 12 years, longer than Hans Castorp spent at the Berghof. The novel that began as a short satire had grown into over 1,000 pages, one of the longest and most complex works of German literature. He was pessimistic about its reception. Germany in 1924 was a wounded nation, defeated in war, convulsed by revolution, devastated by hyperinflation. The economy was only beginning to stabilise. Hitler had just been released from prison after his failed beer hall putsch. Would anyone have the patience for a 1,200-page meditation on time and death? Would anyone expect, Mann wrote, that a harassed public, economically oppressed, would take it on itself to pursue through 1,200 pages the dreamlike ramifications of this figment of thought? The answer surprised him. The Magic Mountain was an immediate success. The first printing sold out almost immediately. Critics hailed it as a masterpiece. Readers devoured it despite its length and difficulty. Within months, it was clear that Mann had written something that would endure. The novel spoke to its moment. The Europe of 1924 was living in the aftermath of the catastrophe that the novel predicted. Readers recognised their world in Mann's pages, the intellectual conflicts, the seductions of death, the enchantments that had led to disaster. The book was both diagnosis and autopsy, explaining how the catastrophe had happened even as it mourned what had been lost. But the novel also transcended its moment. Its themes were universal enough to speak to readers in any era. Time and death, love and illness, the tension between life's demands and the desire to withdraw from them. These are permanent human concerns not bound to any particular place or time. In 1929, Thomas Mann was awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature. The Swedish Academy cited Buddenbrooks as the primary reason for the award, but everyone understood that the Magic Mountain had sealed his reputation. He was now officially one of the greatest writers in the German language. The prize ceremony was held in Stockholm in December. Mann gave his acceptance speech in German, speaking of the relationship between art and democracy, between literature and politics. He was beginning to engage more openly with political questions that would consume the rest of his life. He used the prize money to build a summer cottage in Lithuania, on the Curonian Spit, a narrow strip of land between the Baltic Sea and the Curonian Lagoon. There, in a simple wooden house overlooking the dunes, he worked on his next great project, the tetralogy Joseph and His Brothers, which would occupy him for the next 16 years. But the Magic Mountain remained his central achievement. When readers thought of Thomas Mann, they thought of the Sanatorium, the Cure terraces, the debates between Settembrini and NAFTA, Hans Castorp, lost in the snow, glimpsing a truth he could not hold. The mountain had claimed not only Hans but his creator, and through his creation it had claimed millions of readers as well. The 1920s were good years for Thomas Mann. He was wealthy, famous, honoured. He lived in a grand house in Munich with his wife and 6 children. He travelled, lectured, received prizes and honorary degrees. He was by any measure a successful man. But storm clouds were gathering. The Weimar Republic, the democratic government that had replaced the Kaiser after the war, was struggling. Economic instability, political extremism, the humiliation of the Versailles Treaty. All of these undermined confidence in the democratic order. The Republic had enemies on all sides. And a new political movement was rising. The National Socialists, led by Adolf Hitler, offered a vision of national renewal that appealed to many Germans. They promised to restore Germany's greatness, to avenge the defeat of the war, to build a new Reich that would last 1,000 years. Thomas Mann watched this rise with growing alarm. His political views had evolved since the war. He had come to see democracy not as a foreign imposition, but as the best hope for German civilization. He had reconciled with his brother Heinrich. He had begun to speak out against the forces that threatened to destroy everything he valued. In 1930 he gave a speech in Berlin. He called it an appeal to reason. It was a plea for the educated middle class and the working class to unite against the Nazis, against what he called the inhuman fanaticism of the National Socialists. The speech was courageous. It was also dangerous. The audience was hostile, filled with Nazi sympathizers who heckled and interrupted. The newspapers attacked him. The Nazis marked him as an enemy. 3 years later, in 1933, Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. The democratic experiment was over. The 1,000-year Reich had begun. Thomas Mann was not in Germany when it happened. He and Katja were on vacation in Switzerland, enjoying the Alps that had inspired the Magic Mountain. They had planned to stay a few weeks and then return home. They received word from their children. Do not come back. Your writings have been blacklisted. Your home has been searched. You are not safe. Their eldest children, Erika and Klaus, who had already fled to France, confirmed the warning. The Nazis were arresting their enemies. Mann's name was on the list. They never returned to Germany, not for decades. Not until after the war, after Hitler was dead, after the Reich lay in ruins. The house in Munich, with its library and manuscripts, its memories and possessions, was lost to them. At first, Mann tried to remain apolitical. He published cautiously. He did not denounce the regime openly. He feared for his property, for his books, for the German audience he had cultivated his entire life. Perhaps he thought he could wait out the madness. Perhaps Germany would come to its senses. But silence was impossible. In 1936, he published an open letter to the University of Bonn, which had stripped him of his honorary doctorate. The letter was a declaration of opposition. He would no longer be silent. The Nazi regime responded by revoking his German citizenship. Thomas Mann, author of Buddenbrooks and the Magic Mountain, was now officially stateless. When asked whether he found exile difficult, whether he felt lonely without his homeland, Mann gave an answer that has become famous. "Where I am, there is Germany. I carry my German culture in me." In 1938, Thomas Mann emigrated to the United States. He settled first in Princeton, New Jersey, where the university offered him a position as a visiting lecturer. Later, he moved to Pacific Palisades, California, a community of German exiles near Los Angeles that included other refugees from fascism: Bertolt Brecht, Arnold Schoenberg, Theodor Adorno. These were strange years for the great German writer. He was in exile from the culture that had produced him, living in a country whose language he spoke imperfectly, watching from across an ocean as his homeland committed crimes that defied comprehension. America was good to him. He was honoured, celebrated, welcomed. Universities invited him to lecture. Publishers published his books. The American public, in its generous way, embraced this distinguished refugee. But he never felt at home. The California sunshine, so different from the grey skies of northern Europe, seemed false to him. The American way of life, so optimistic and practical, was foreign to his temperament. He longed for the culture he had lost, for the German language, for European complexity, for the world he had known. And yet he was not passive. During the war, Mann made a series of radio broadcasts addressed to German listeners. They were called Deutsche Hörer, German listeners, short speeches recorded in California, transmitted to Europe by the BBC, aimed at reaching those Germans who might still be reached. In these broadcasts, Mann pleaded with his countrymen to reject the Nazi regime. He described the crimes being committed in Germany's name. He reminded Germans of their better traditions, of Goethe and Schiller and Beethoven, of the culture that had once been the glory of Europe. "German listeners," he would begin. "A German writer whom you know speaks to you. One whose work and person have been banned in Germany, whose books, though born of a German soul and German education, are forbidden and hunted there, while in all other parts of the world people can read them in their own language." How many Germans heard these broadcasts we cannot know. How many were moved by them we cannot know. But Mann continued throughout the war, month after month, speaking across the ocean to a homeland he could not visit, hoping that his words might make some difference. In 1944, on the 6th of June, D-Day, the Allied invasion of Normandy, Thomas Mann became an American citizen. It was also his birthday. He was 69 years old. He was now officially American, but in a deeper sense he remained what he had always been, a German writer in exile carrying his culture with him wherever he went. The war ended the following year. Germany surrendered in May of 1945. The Reich that was supposed to last 1,000 years had lasted 12, the same span of time it had taken Thomas Mann to write The Magic Mountain. There was terrible irony in this. The novel had predicted catastrophe. It had diagnosed the sickness of European civilization, the seduction of death, the enchantments that led to destruction. And then, with uncanny precision, that catastrophe had occurred. Hans Castorp had descended from the mountain into the First World War. Thomas Mann had descended from the fame of the 1920s into the exile of the 1930s and 40s. The mountain could not protect anyone forever. After the war, Thomas Mann faced a question. Should he return to Germany? The country was in ruins. Cities had been bombed to rubble. Millions were dead. Soldiers and civilians, Germans and their victims. The crimes of the Holocaust had been revealed in all their horror. And yet it was still Germany. It was still the land of Goethe and Bach, of the culture Mann had spent his life serving. Many of his fellow exiles planned to return. Bertolt Brecht would go back to East Germany. Others would return to the West. Mann chose a middle path. He visited Germany several times after the war, but he never lived there again. Instead, he settled near Zurich in Switzerland, the same country where the Magic Mountain was set, the same mountains where Katia had taken her cure so many years before. In 1949, he made a particularly significant visit. He travelled to both Germanys, the Federal Republic in the west and the German Democratic Republic in the east, to receive Goethe prizes from both Frankfurt and Weimar. It was the 200th anniversary of Goethe's birth, and Mann was chosen to give the commemorative address. This decision was controversial. The Cold War had begun. Americans viewed the Communist East with deep suspicion. Some accused Mann of being too sympathetic to the Soviet bloc, of lending legitimacy to the communist regime. But Mann refused to choose sides in this new conflict. He had seen what happened when nations divided against each other, when ideologies demanded absolute loyalty. He had watched one catastrophe. He did not wish to participate in another. "I know only one Germany," he said. "Goethe belongs to all of Germany. I cannot recognize a division of German culture." The Goethe address was remarkable. A meditation on the German genius and the German catastrophe, on the culture that had produced both the greatest art and the greatest crimes. Mann spoke of Goethe's complexity, his darkness as well as his light. He spoke of Germany's need to reckon with its past, to understand how the catastrophe had happened. The final years were peaceful, though not without sadness. His son Klaus, who had struggled with depression and addiction, took his own life in 1949. It was a blow from which Mann never fully recovered. He continued to write Dr. Faustus, a novel about a German composer who sells his soul to the devil, Felix Krull, a comic novel left unfinished at his death, essays and letters and speeches. He watched his remaining children grow and scatter. He corresponded with admirers around the world. His health was good for a man of his age. The moist spot that the doctor had found in 1912 had never developed into anything serious. Whatever it was, it had not killed him. On the 12th of August, 1955, Thomas Mann died in Zurich. He was 80 years old. He had lived through 2 world wars, through the rise and fall of empires, through revolutions in art and politics and technology. He had written some of the most important novels of the 20th century. He had won the Nobel Prize. He had become what he set out to become, a writer of permanent significance. And it had all begun, in some sense, with a train ride to Davos, with a 3-week visit that became a 12-year project, with a novel about a young man who could not leave the mountain. What does the Magic Mountain mean? What is it about? These are questions that have occupied scholars for a century. The novel is so rich, so complex, so layered with meaning that no single interpretation can exhaust it. At its simplest level, it is a story about education. Hans Castorp arrives at the Berghof as an ordinary young man. He leaves, if he leaves at all, him as someone transformed. He has been exposed to ideas, to experiences, to ways of thinking that the flatlands would never have offered. This makes the novel a Bildungsroman, a German term for a novel of formation, a story about the development of a young person into maturity. The genre has a long history in German literature, going back to Goethe's Wilhelm Meister and before. But The Magic Mountain is also a satire of the Bildungsroman. Hans's education leads him not to productive citizenship, but to a battlefield. The wisdom he gains does not save him. It may not even survive him. At another level, the novel is an allegory. The sanatorium represents European civilization before the First World War, a community enchanted by death, seduced by dangerous ideas, suspended in a false peace that cannot last. The debates between Settembrini and NAFTA are the debates that were tearing Europe apart. Reason versus tradition, progress versus authority, the Enlightenment versus its enemies. These ideas did not stay on the mountain. They descended into the trenches and the gas attacks and the mass graves. At yet another level, the novel is a meditation on illness and mortality. What does it mean to be sick? What does it mean to live in the shadow of death? These are questions that every human being must confront. Hans Castorp confronts them with unusual intensity. His 7 years at the Berghof are 7 years of thinking about death, observing it, discussing it, preparing for it. The novel asks whether this is wise or foolish, whether we should engage with death or flee from it. The answer Hans glimpses in the snow, that love must not be conquered by death, is one answer. But it is not the only answer, and Hans himself cannot hold on to it. Perhaps this is the deepest meaning of the novel. Wisdom is fragile, insights fade, we glimpse truths and then forget them. The mountain casts its spell, and we forget what we learned in the storm. Thomas Mann knew this. He had seen it in his own life. He had supported a war and then repented. He had opposed democracy and then embraced it. He had believed things that turned out to be wrong. The Magic Mountain does not offer easy answers. It offers instead a journey through time and ideas and experience, a journey that each reader must make for themselves. If you visit Davos today, you will find a different world from the one Thomas Mann described. The sanatoriums are mostly gone. When antibiotics appeared in the late 1940s, they made the mountain cure obsolete. Streptomycin could kill the tuberculosis bacillus in a matter of months. The fresh air cure, which required years of rest, could not compete. Within a decade, the sanatoriums that had dominated Davos for nearly a century began to close. Some were converted into hotels, others became conference centres or apartment buildings. A few were demolished entirely. The patients went home, those who survived, and the elaborate culture of the cure disappeared. But some traces remain. The Schatzalp, the grand sanatorium that was one of the models for Mann's Berghof, still stands. It is now the Berghotel Schatzalp, a historic hotel built in the Art Nouveau style. Guests can stay in the same rooms where tuberculosis patients once lay. They can look out at the same views that Hans Castorp contemplated. The building has been preserved almost exactly as it was. The cure terraces are still there, though now guests use them for sunbathing rather than treatment. The proportions and the atmosphere remain. The funicular railway that once carried patients up from the town now carries tourists and skiers. If you know what you are looking for, you can feel the history. The ghosts of the consumptives are still there, in some sense, lying on those terraces watching the clouds drift past, waiting for a cure that might or might not come. The walled hotel, formerly the walled sanatorium where Katia Mann stayed, still exists as well. It has been renovated and modernised, but something of its sanatorium past remains. Visitors can walk the corridors where Thomas Mann walked, can stand on the balconies where he stood. There is also the Thomas Mann Trail, a walking path that connects the Wald Hotel to the Chatzalp above. Visitors can retrace the author's steps, ascending from the town to the mountain, following the route that Hans Castorp might have taken. Along the way, plaques quote passages from the novel. And every January, Davos fills with visitors for a very different kind of gathering. The World Economic Forum brings together presidents and billionaires, prime ministers and CEOs. They meet in conference centres that stand where sanatoriums once stood. They discuss the future of the global economy in the same mountain air that was supposed to cure tuberculosis. There is something darkly comic about this. The town that tuberculosis built has become the town where the powerful meet to shape the world. The invalids have been replaced by elites. The cure terraces have been replaced by reception halls. Thomas Mann would have appreciated the irony. His novel was partly about the isolation of a privileged class, about people who withdrew from the world into a comfortable cocoon of illness and philosophy. The World Economic Forum is also, in its way, an isolated gathering of the privileged. People who meet on a mountain to discuss problems that seem distant from ordinary life. Perhaps the magic of the mountain takes different forms in different eras. The Magic Mountain has been read in dozens of languages by millions of readers for over a century. The first English translation appeared in 1927, just 3 years after the German publication. It was made by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter, who would translate most of Mann's major works over the following decades. Mann admired Lowe Porter's dedication. He called her Di Lowe, the lioness. She worked tirelessly to bring his work to English readers, wrestling with his complex sentences and dense philosophical passages. Her translation shaped how an entire generation of English-speaking readers experienced Thomas Mann. But scholars later found problems in her translations. She had simplified passages, smoothed out difficulties, sometimes misunderstood the German. Her Magic Mountain, though readable, was not quite Mann's Magic Mountain. In 1995, a new English translation appeared. John E. Woods produced a version that was acclaimed for its accuracy and energy. It won the Helen and Kurt Wolff Translators Prize. It made the novel more accessible to English readers than ever before, while remaining faithful to Mann's intricate style. New translations continue to appear. Each generation of translators brings new perspectives, new sensibilities. The novel remains challenging, over 1,000 pages of German philosophical prose, but it continues to find translators willing to take on the task. Why does it endure? Perhaps because its themes are eternal. Time and death, love and illness, the tension between engagement and withdrawal. These are questions that every generation must face. Perhaps also because the novel is so generous. It offers so many ideas, so many perspectives, so many ways of thinking that readers can find their own meanings within it. The reader who comes to the novel at 20 finds one book. The reader who returns at 40 finds another. The reader who reads it in old age finds something different still. Settembrini's humanism speaks to some readers. Nafta's dark skepticism speaks to others. The love story between Hans and Claudia touches hearts across cultures and eras. In 2024, the novel celebrated its centennial. Events were held in Davos and around the world. Scholars published new studies. Readers returned to the text, finding it as relevant as ever. A century is a long time for a novel to remain in print, to remain in readers' minds. Many books that were celebrated in 1924 have been forgotten. The Magic Mountain has not. It continues to cast its spell. There is a darker dimension to the novel's legacy. Thomas Mann wrote The Magic Mountain as a diagnosis. He was trying to understand what had gone wrong with European civilization, what enchantments had led to the catastrophe of the First World War. The diagnosis was accurate. The novel identified the dangerous ideas, the seduction of death, the intellectual conflicts that were tearing Europe apart. It ended with its protagonist marching into battle into the World Festival of Death. But the diagnosis did not prevent the disease from recurring. Less than 20 years after the novel's publication, Europe was at war again. The second catastrophe was even worse than the first. More deaths, more destruction, more horror. The ideas that NAFTA represents, authoritarianism, irrationalism, contempt for liberal values, did not die in the trenches of the First World War. They came back stronger. They conquered Germany. They nearly conquered the world. Thomas Mann spent the second half of his life fighting these ideas. His radio broadcasts, his essays, his public appearances, all were aimed at combating the darkness he had diagnosed so precisely in his novel. Did it matter? Did his words make any difference? This is not a question we can answer with certainty, but the fact that he spoke, that he refused to remain silent, that he used his fame and his talent in the service of humanity, this matters. It is an example of what a writer can do in a time of crisis. And the novel itself remains a warning. It shows how intelligent people can be seduced by dangerous ideas. It shows how the enchantments of death can capture minds that should know better. It shows what happens when civilizations forget to choose life. Every generation must learn these lessons for itself. The Magic Mountain is one of the texts from which they can learn. Today, a century after the novel's publication, its warnings feel newly urgent. The intellectual conflicts it diagnoses have not gone away. The tension between reason and authority, between openness and closure, between life and death. These tensions persist. The Magic Mountain is always there. The enchantment is always waiting, and the choice between life and death must be made anew by each generation. We began with a misdiagnosis. Let us end with one as well. Katia Mann was treated for tuberculosis. She spent months at the Sanatorium. She followed the prescribed regimen: rest, rich food, mountain air. She was treated as though she had the disease. But when her X-rays were later examined, doctors found no evidence of tuberculosis. Whatever she had suffered from, it was not the White Plague. She lived to be 97 years old, dying in 1980, far outliving her husband, far outliving the disease she never had. This means that The Magic Mountain, the greatest tuberculosis novel ever written, was inspired by an illness that was not tuberculosis. There is something fitting about this. The novel is, in part, about the uncertain boundary between sickness and health. Hans Castorp may or may not be ill. His symptoms are real, but their meaning is unclear. The doctors find what they expect to find. Perhaps all illness is partly constructed. Perhaps the categories we use to understand our bodies are always partly imaginary. We name our sufferings and thereby give them power over us. The naming makes them real. Or perhaps the misdiagnosis points to a different truth. The power of the sanatorium was never really about medicine. It was about something else, about community, about ritual, about a way of life that made meaning out of suffering. Whether or not the mountain air could cure tuberculosis, it provided something that the flatlands could not. A place to rest, a place to think, a place to confront mortality without the distractions of ordinary life. A place where time moved differently, and the questions that mattered could finally be asked. Thomas Mann understood this. His novel captures not the medical reality of the sanatorium, but its psychological and spiritual reality. The enchantment was real, even if the cure was not. And so, a misdiagnosis gave birth to a masterpiece. An illness that wasn't became a novel that will never fade. A 3-week visit became 12 years of writing. A doctor's invitation that was refused became a work of art that has shaped how we think about time and death and love. This is the alchemy of art. It transforms everything it touches, even error, even confusion, even the mistakes of doctors reading X-rays in the alpine light. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We have followed Thomas Mann from the merchant houses of Lübeck to the Cure terraces of Davos. We have watched him board a train in 1912, intending a 3-week visit, carrying in his mind the first glimmers of a novel. We have seen him return to Munich, reject the doctor's invitation to stay, begin writing a short satirical piece. We have seen that piece grow and transform over 12 years, interrupted by a world war, shaped by the catastrophe of European civilization. We have met Hans Castor, that ordinary young man who became, through 7 years on the mountain, something extraordinary. We have watched him fall under the spell of the Berghof, under the spell of Claudia Chauchat, under the spell of ideas that would shape his thinking forever. We have listened to the great debates between Settembrini and NAFTA, debates that were also the debates of Europe, debates that would be settled not by words but by guns. We have stood with hands in the snow, glimpsing a truth about love and death that he could not hold on to. We have watched him descend the mountain finally into a war that would destroy the world he knew. And we have followed Thomas Mann through his own descent, into exile, into America, into the long years of fighting fascism from across an ocean. We have seen him return to Europe, to Switzerland, to the mountains where it all began. This is not a simple story. It is a story about how art is made, about how life becomes literature, about how a 3-week visit can reshape the course of literary history. It is also a story about ideas and their consequences, about the seductions of death and the claims of life, about what happens when civilizations forget to choose. What does all of this mean for us now, more than a century after man boarded that train to Davos? The Magic Mountain is often called a novel about its time, a portrait of pre-war Europe, a diagnosis of civilizational sickness, and it is all of these things. But it is also a novel about our time. The questions it raises have not been answered, the tensions it diagnoses have not been resolved. We still face the conflict between reason and unreason, between liberal values and authoritarian temptation. We still face the seduction of withdrawal, the desire to escape from the demands of the world into some protected space where normal rules do not apply. We still face the question that Hans Castorp faced, whether to engage with the world or withdraw from it, whether to descend to the flatlands and take up the work of living, or to remain on our own mountains, enchanted by our own illusions. The pandemic years made this question newly urgent. We too experienced a suspension of normal time. We too were forced to confront mortality in ways we usually avoid. We too discovered the strange seductions of withdrawal, the way that isolation can become a kind of refuge. There are no easy answers. There never were. This is what the novel teaches us, that wisdom is not a destination but a journey, that truth is not possessed but pursued. Hans glimpsed something in the snow. He forgot it. Perhaps the lesson is not that we should try to remember what he glimpsed, but that we should try to glimpse something ourselves. The novel invites us into its world. It invites us to think, to question, to engage with ideas that may be uncomfortable. It does not tell us what to believe. It shows us what belief costs. This is the gift of great literature. It does not simplify. It complicates. It does not answer. It asks. What do we carry forward from this story? Perhaps the knowledge that great art can come from unlikely sources, a misdiagnosis, a 3-week visit, a doctor's invitation that was refused. Perhaps the understanding that time works differently than we expect. 12 years to write a novel, 7 years on a mountain, a century of readers finding new meanings in the same text. Perhaps the warning that enchantment is dangerous. The mountain casts its spell. The ideas that seem harmless in isolation can, when taken to extremes, tear civilizations apart. And perhaps the hope that Hans Castorp glimpsed in the snow, that for the sake of goodness and love, we might refuse to let death have sovereignty over our thoughts. This is not easy. Hans himself could not hold on to it. Thomas Mann, for all his insight, could not prevent the catastrophes of the 20th century. But the attempt matters. The effort to understand, to engage, to choose life over death. This is what literature calls us to. The Magic Mountain does not offer solutions. It offers company. It offers the companionship of a great mind struggling with the questions that haunt all of us. And that companionship, across a century, across languages and cultures and catastrophes, that is something worth having. We read and we are less alone. We read and we are connected to others who have read before us, and who will read after. We read and we join a conversation that has been going on for a century and will continue for centuries more. This is the magic of the mountain. Not the cure, not the fresh air, but the conversation, the ideas, the attempt to understand what we are and what we might become. Let us return, one final time, to that train climbing through the Alps. It is May of 1912. A man of 36 looks out the window at the mountains. He is travelling to visit his wife. He plans to stay for 3 weeks. He does not know what awaits him. He does not know that he will find the setting for his greatest novel. He does not know that the world is about to tear itself apart. He knows only that the air is thin and clear, that the peaks are beautiful, that somewhere ahead his wife lies on a balcony, breathing, waiting. This is how great art begins, not with grand intentions but with small circumstances, a train ride, a visit, a doctor who finds a spot on a lung. Thomas Mann took what life gave him and transformed it. He spent 12 years shaping his experiences into a novel that would outlast empires. And now we too have made the journey. We have climbed the mountain and descended again. We have encountered the ideas and the characters, the love and the death, the enchantment and the breaking of the spell. The Wald Sanatorium still stands in Davos. It is called the Wald Hotel now. Guests can stay where Katja stayed, look out at the same mountains, breathe the same air. The Schatzalp still stands too, its Art Nouveau elegance preserved, its Cure terraces open to the sun. And the novel stands, perhaps the most lasting monument of all, more permanent than buildings which can crumble, more lasting than empires which can fall. 1,000 pages, 100 characters, 12 years of writing, a century of reading. And at its heart a simple question: how should we live knowing that we must die? The novel does not answer this question, but it helps us ask it. It helps us ask it with depth, with seriousness, with the kind of attention that the question deserves. For the sake of goodness and love, man shall let death have no sovereignty over his thoughts. Hans forgot this. We need not. The fire has burned low now. The mountain air drifts through an open window, thin and cold and clear. Somewhere, in a sanatorium that no longer exists, A young man lies on a cure terrace watching the snow fall on the peaks above. He's thinking about time and death and love. He's wondering whether he will ever descend to the flatlands below. Somewhere else, an old man sits at his desk writing the final pages of a novel that has consumed 12 years of his life. He's wondering whether anyone will read it. He's wondering whether it matters. And somewhere else still, in a library, in a bedroom, in a quiet corner of a busy life, a reader turns the final page of a 1,000-page book and sits in silence, letting the story settle, letting the meaning emerge. This is the chain that connects us, the writer to the reader, the past to the present, the mountain to the flatlands below. Thomas Mann died in 1955. Hans Castorp disappeared into the mud and smoke of Flanders more than a century ago. The sanatoriums are gone, the war is over, the world has moved on. But the novel remains, and as long as it remains, something of that world survives, something of those questions persists, something of that struggle continues. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another corner of this history, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of the mountain air carry you into sleep. Let the questions Hans Castorp asked, questions about time and death and love, fade into the background of your dreams. You do not need to answer them tonight. You need only rest. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like or share it with someone who might need it, someone who has their own mountains to climb, their own enchantments to escape. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking this journey through a novel and a life, through the sanatoriums and the snow, through a century of reading and rereading. The mountain will still be there tomorrow. The novel will still be waiting. The questions will still be asking themselves, as they have for 100 years. But for now, let them go. Let the spell of the mountain release you gently into sleep. For the sake of goodness and love, good night. Helen Burns. If you've read Jane Eyre, you remember her, the saintly girl who dies of consumption in the heroine's arms. What Charlotte Bronte never told her readers was that Helen Burns was real. She was Charlotte's own sister. And she was only the first. By the time tuberculosis finished with the Bronte family, it would take 5 of the 6 children, while their father watched helpless for 40 years. Welcome to the Sanatorium. I'm your host, and this is where we explore the stories of tuberculosis, the white plague that shaped our history, our culture, and our very understanding of what it means to be human. If you're new here, consider subscribing. We release new episodes regularly, and there are many more stories to tell. Tonight's episode is a long one, over 2 hours. So settle in. Find a comfortable position. Pour yourself some tea, perhaps. We're going to spend the evening with one of the most extraordinary families in literary history. And with the disease that consumed them, one by one, until only silence remained. The house stands at the top of the village. A Georgian parsonage, grey stone, modest but solid. Behind it the moors stretch endlessly, purple with heather in summer, brown and wind-scoured in winter. In the rooms downstairs the air is cold, even with the fire going. It's always cold. The year is 1848. September turning to October. In the dining room, 3 women sit with their father. They are not old, these women. The eldest is 32, the youngest 28. but they have the watchful, weary eyes of people who have seen too much death. Upstairs, a man is dying. Their brother, 31 years old, and dying in the room where he was born. The cough. They all know the sound by now. The terrible wet cough that brings up blood. The fever that comes and goes. The wasting. They've been here before. 2 sisters died of this when they were children. Died young and far from home. Their mother died of something else, but she died in this house too. The parsonage has always been a place of death. But it has also been a place of fierce burning life. Of imagination. Of genius. These 3 women who sit together in the cold room have just, in the past year, published 3 of the most remarkable novels in the English language. Jane Eyre, Wuthering Heights, Agnes Grey. The literary world is still reeling from them. And now this. The brother dying upstairs, and after him. They don't speak of it, but they know. They've always known. Tuberculosis doesn't stop with one. This is the story of the Bronte family. Of 6 children, 5 deaths. Of extraordinary talent that bloomed in the shadow of disease. And of a father who would bury every single one of his children before he died himself, at the age of 84. To understand the Brontes, you have to understand Haworth. This small village in the West Riding of Yorkshire perched on the edge of the moors. In the early 19th century it was an industrial town. Textile mills, poverty, overcrowding. The churchyard was so full of bodies that the ground level had risen above the church floor. Water from the graveyard seeped into the drinking supply. The average life expectancy was 25 years. This statistic deserves emphasis. 25 years. In Victorian Haworth, if you reached adulthood, you were already beating the odds. The main killer was not tuberculosis, though tuberculosis took its share. It was the water. The contaminated, corpse-tainted water that seeped down from the graveyard into the wells. Typhoid fever. Cholera. Dysentery. The dead poisoned the living. Patrick Bronte would later campaign for better sanitation in Haworth. He understood, long before the germ theory of disease was established, that something in the water was killing his parishioners. But his efforts would come too late to save his own family. Into this place in 1820 came Patrick Bronte, an Irish clergyman, ambitious, educated, a published poet. He brought with him his wife Maria and their 6 children, all under the age of 7. Maria, the eldest, baptised in April 1814. Elizabeth, born 8th February 1815. Charlotte, born 24th April 1816. Branwell, born 26th June 1817. Emily, born 30th July 1818. And Anne, the baby, born 17th January 1820. Patrick Bronte was a complex man. Stern, often distant, deeply concerned with propriety. He had pulled himself up from rural Irish poverty through education and the church. He believed in learning, in discipline, in the power of literature. He also believed in fresh air and long walks on the moors, which he considered healthful. In this, at least, he was ahead of his time. His wife, Maria Branwell Bronte, was Cornish. Genteel, educated, fond of reading. She had married Patrick in 1812 and followed him north to this cold, unfamiliar country. By all accounts, she never quite adjusted to Yorkshire, to the damp, to the grey skies, to the wind that never stopped. Maria wrote letters home to Cornwall describing her new life. They were cheerful letters mostly. She loved her husband. She loved her growing brood of children. But there was a wistfulness beneath the words. A longing for the warmer country she had left behind. She would never see Cornwall again. The parsonage they moved into was substantial by village standards. 2 stories, several rooms, a garden. But it was cold and damp, built on a hillside where water gathered. The church and graveyard were just beyond the wall. The children's bedroom windows looked out over the tombstones. They grew up counting graves the way other children count sheep. For 1 year, the family was intact. 6 children, 2 parents, all together in the house at the top of the village. And then tuberculosis came. Or perhaps it didn't come. Perhaps it was already there. One of the cruelties of tuberculosis is its long latency. You can carry the bacteria for years without knowing, without symptoms. And then, triggered by stress, malnutrition, another illness, it activates. It blooms in your lungs like a terrible flower. By the standards of the time, what happened to the Brontes was not unusual. Families were decimated by tuberculosis. It was the single greatest killer of the 19th century, responsible for 1 in 4 deaths. But even by those standards, the Bronte toll was extraordinary. 5 of 6 children, all before the age of 40. All, almost certainly, from the same disease. Time just threes. This is not just a story about death, though. It's a story about what people create in the face of death. How genius and disease can exist in the same body, the same family, feeding on each other in ways we still don't fully understand. The Brontes wrote with an intensity that seemed to consume them. And perhaps it did. But what they left behind has outlasted the disease by nearly 2 centuries. There is a temptation when telling this story to make it romantic. To suggest that somehow tuberculosis was connected to genius. That the disease sharpened their minds, purified their art. The Victorians believed something like this. They called tuberculosis the romantic disease. They saw something beautiful in the pale skin, the bright eyes, the ethereal thinness of the consumptive. This is nonsense, of course. And dangerous nonsense at that. Tuberculosis was not romantic. It was slow suffocation, drowning in your own blood, fever and sweating and wasting away until there was nothing left. The Brontes did not write great novels because of tuberculosis. They wrote great novels despite it. The disease was not their muse. It was their executioner. Let's begin. Maria Bronte, the mother, began to feel unwell in January 1821. She was 38 years old. She had borne 6 children in 8 years. She was tired, she said. So tired. The tiredness deepened. She took to her bed. The doctor was called. An expense the family could barely afford, but Patrick was frightened. His wife was slipping away from him, and he didn't understand why. The diagnosis, when it came, was internal cancer. There was nothing to be done. No surgery, no cure, no hope. Maria lingered through the spring and summer, in increasing pain, taking laudanum when it became unbearable. The children were kept away. They heard their mother crying at night. She died in September 1821. Maria was 7. Elizabeth was 6. Charlotte was 5. Branwell 4. Emily 3. Anne was just 20 months old. Patrick Bronte was devastated. By all accounts, he had loved his wife deeply. He shut himself in his room for days after the funeral. He wept. He prayed. And when he emerged, he was changed. More rigid. More distant. He ate his meals alone in his study. He saw his children in the mornings and evenings, but otherwise left their care to servants. His sister-in-law, Elizabeth Branwell, came from Cornwall to help with the children. She was a spinster, 50 years old, set in her ways. She took charge of the household with efficiency but little warmth. The children called her Aunt Branwell. They did not love her. So the 6 Bronte children grew up essentially alone. They had each other, and they had the moors, and they had books. Patrick, for all his distance, believed passionately in education. His children would read. They would learn. They would better themselves. He brought them newspapers, magazines, books from his own library. He discussed politics and current events with them over breakfast. He treated them, in this way, almost as adults. The 2 eldest girls, Maria and Elizabeth, were particularly precocious. Maria at 7 could read the newspapers and debate their contents. She was thoughtful, serious, deeply religious. Elizabeth was quieter but equally intelligent. Charlotte later remembered them both with a kind of awe. They seemed so much older than their years. So wise. Maria especially seemed marked for something great. She had a quality that Charlotte could only describe as saintliness. A patience beyond her years. A kindness that extended to everyone, even the servants who sometimes treated her roughly. Charlotte watched her elder sister and wondered what she would become. A teacher, perhaps. A writer. Something remarkable. But Maria would not grow up to be anything. Maria would die at 11, and all that potential would be snuffed out like a candle. Charlotte would spend the rest of her life imagining what Maria might have been. What she might have done. How different everything might have been if Maria had lived. In 1824, Patrick Bronte made a decision that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He enrolled Maria and Elizabeth in the clergy daughters' school at Cowan Bridge, about 40 miles from Hulworth. It was a charity school designed to educate the daughters of poor clergymen. The fees were low. The curriculum was serious. It seemed like an opportunity. In July 1824, Maria and Elizabeth were sent away. Maria was 10. Elizabeth was 9. In August, Charlotte joined them. She was 8 years old. In November, Emily arrived as well. She had just turned 6. 4 little girls, the eldest barely 10, sent away from home to a school run by strangers. Cowan Bridge was a nightmare. We know this not just from Charlotte's later fictionalisation of it in Jane Eyre, but from historical records and the testimony of other pupils. The school was underfunded, poorly heated, unsanitary. The food was often spoiled or badly cooked. Meals of burned porridge, rancid butter, meat gone off. The girls ate it because they were hungry and then they got sick. The building itself seemed designed to break the spirit. Long, cold corridors, bare stone walls, windows that let in more cold than light. The chapel was unheated, and the girls were required to sit through long services every Sunday, their breath visible in the frigid air. They developed coughs, fevers, chilblains that cracked and bled. The school infirmary was always full. The curriculum was rigorous but inconsistent. The girls studied arithmetic, grammar, history, geography. They sewed. They read the Bible. They were drilled in proper behaviour and deportment. But the teaching was often perfunctory, the books inadequate. The real purpose of the school, it seemed, was not education but reformation. These were the daughters of poor clergymen. They must learn humility. They must learn to endure. The dormitories were unheated. In winter, water in the wash basins froze overnight. The girls slept two to a bed for warmth, but it was never enough. They woke shivering, dressed in the dark, walked to the schoolroom with chilblains on their feet. Some mornings, ice had formed on the inside of the windows. The girls scraped patterns in it with their fingernails, trying to find something beautiful in their misery. The regime was harsh. The headmaster, Reverend Carus Wilson, believed that comfort was sinful. That suffering purified the soul. That these charity girls should be grateful for any education at all and not complain about cold or hunger. Punishments were frequent and public. Girls were made to stand on stools for hours, to wear signs around their necks proclaiming their faults, to go without food as penance. Maria Bronte, the eldest sister, bore the brunt of it. She was untidy, the teachers said. Her sewing was poor. She daydreamed. She was punished again and again for small infractions. Charlotte, 8 years old, watched her sister being humiliated and could do nothing. She never forgot it. And then, in the spring of 1825, Maria became ill. She had a cough, a fever. She was weak, so weak she could barely stand. But the school had a policy. If a girl was well enough to be out of bed, she was well enough for lessons. Maria was sent to class. She fainted at her desk. Finally, in February 1825, the school sent her home. She was in the advanced stages of tuberculosis. Her lungs were destroyed. There was nothing anyone could do. Maria died at home on 6 May 1825. He was 11 years old. Patrick brought Elizabeth home 2 weeks later, hoping the fresh air of Haworth might revive her. But she had the same cough, the same fever. The disease was already too advanced. Elizabeth died on 15th June 1825. She was 10 years old. Charlotte and Emily were pulled from the school immediately. They came home to a house of mourning. 4 children left of the original 6. Charlotte, 9 years old. Branwell, 7. Emily, 6. Anne, 5. 2 more small coffins went into the family vault beneath the church floor. Patrick stood over the graves of his wife and two eldest daughters. He was 48 years old. He had been in Haworth for 5 years. Half his family was already dead. The children who survived would carry those deaths with them always. Charlotte, especially. She had watched Maria suffer the cruelty of Cowan Bridge. Watched her waste away. Watched her die. 22 years later, when she wrote Jane Eyre, she put Maria in the book. Helen Burns, the saintly, patient girl who endures every punishment without complaint, who dies of consumption in the heroine's arms. Helen Burns is one of the most famous characters in Victorian literature. Millions of readers have wept over her death. But she was real. She was Charlotte's sister, and Charlotte couldn't save her. In the novel, Helen speaks of heaven with perfect faith. She tells Jane that death is not an end but a beginning, that they will meet again in a better world. Charlotte put these words in Helen's mouth, but they were Maria's words. Maria, at 11 years old, dying of tuberculosis, had comforted her younger sister with promises of paradise. She had faced death with a calm that Charlotte never forgot, that she could never quite believe. Charlotte was 9 when Maria died, old enough to understand, old enough to remember. For the rest of her life, she carried the memory of her eldest sister, the one who should have led them, the one who was taken first. When Charlotte became famous, when Jane Eyre was celebrated around the world, she must have thought of Maria, of what Maria might have become if she had lived, of the books Maria might have written. After Maria and Elizabeth died, Patrick Bronte made another decision. No more boarding schools. His children would stay home. He would educate them himself with help from Aunt Branwell and occasional tutors. The 4 remaining children would not be separated again. And so began one of the most extraordinary childhoods in literary history. The 4 Bronte children, Charlotte, Branwell, Emily and Anne, spent their days in almost complete isolation. They had no real friends outside the family. No school, no social calls, no parties. The village children were rough, Patrick said. Not suitable companions for his educated offspring. Aunt Branwell was strict about propriety. Young ladies did not wander the streets. They stayed home. So the children had each other, and they had the moors. Every afternoon they went walking, miles and miles across the open moorland. In sun and rain, and wind so strong it nearly knocked them over. They knew every hill, every stream, every outcropping of rock. The moor was their playground, their sanctuary, their whole world. And they had their imaginations. In June 1826, Patrick brought home a box of wooden soldiers for Branwell. The 4 children seized on them immediately. Each child claimed a soldier and gave it a name. Charlotte's was the Duke of Wellington. Emily's was a character called Gravy. And then they began to tell stories. This was the moment, scholars believe, when the Bronte creative universe was born. A box of toy soldiers and 4 lonely children with no one to play with but each other. From such small beginnings came worlds. Entire continents of imagination. It is hard to overstate how important this moment was. These children, grieving, isolated, half-orphaned, turned inward. And what they found there would eventually change literature. At first the stories were simple games, adventures for the wooden soldiers, but they grew, they deepened, they became entire worlds. The children invented a place called Glasstown, an imaginary African colony. They drew maps. They wrote constitutions, newspapers, histories. They created characters with complex lives and relationships. And they wrote it all down. The manuscripts they produced are extraordinary. Tiny books, some no bigger than a matchbox, written in microscopic handwriting. The children stitched them together from scraps of paper and sugar sacks. The writing is so small you need a magnifying glass to read it. They made them small, scholars think, to mimic real printed books, or perhaps to hide them from adults. These were private worlds, secret worlds. Today, these miniature manuscripts are among the most precious items in the Bronte Parsonage Museum. Scholars have spent years deciphering them. They contain entire novellas, poems, plays, maps of imaginary countries, family trees of fictional dynasties. The children created not just stories but entire civilizations, languages, religions, wars and treaties and romances spanning generations. The miniature scale was part of the magic, time twos. By making the books tiny, the children made them secret. They could slip them into pockets, hide them in drawers, carry their imaginary worlds with them wherever they went. These were not stories to be shared with adults. They were private conversations between siblings, a language only they could speak. Glasstown evolved over the years. Charlotte and Branwell developed it into an elaborate saga called Angria, full of passion, war, intrigue. The Duke of Zamorna became their central character. Dark, brooding, irresistible. He would reappear, transformed in Charlotte's later novels as Rochester. The siblings wrote endless stories of war, betrayal, and forbidden love. Angria was their apprenticeship. Every trope Charlotte later perfected, the mysterious man with a secret past, the passionate but doomed romance, the woman who loves unwisely, first appeared in the tiny pages of the Angrian Chronicles. Emily and Anne, meanwhile, created their own world. Gondal. A bleak northern island with feuding royal families. Where Angria was tropical and passionate, Gondal was cold and fierce. Its landscape was the landscape of Yorkshire, moors and mountains, wild weather, harsh beauty. Its characters were proud and violent, driven by honour and vengeance. Emily would write Gondal poetry for the rest of her short life. The intensity of Wuthering Heights, its wild passion, its cosmic scale, was born in the frozen wastes of Gondal. The split between the pairs is telling. Charlotte and Branwell, the two eldest survivors, wrote together. Emily and Anne, the two youngest, wrote together. The partnerships would last their whole lives. Even as adults, Emily and Anne continued the Gondal stories. They would be walking the moors and suddenly start talking about what Augusta Almeida was doing, or whether Julius Brenzida would survive the war. The imaginary world was as real to them as Holworth. This was their education in writing. Not formal instruction, but obsessive-compulsive practice. By the time Charlotte was 15, she had written more words than most people write in a lifetime. The same was true for the others. They lived half in the real world, half in worlds of their own creation. The line between the two was never quite clear. It was, in some ways, an idyllic childhood. Freedom, imagination, the wild beauty of the moors. But it was also profoundly strange. 4 children growing up in near total isolation, living more in fantasy than reality. No mother. A distant father. An aunt who cared for them but didn't love them. And always, the memory of the 2 dead sisters. The knowledge that death had already visited their family and might come again. Branwell was the only son, the golden boy. Patrick had great hopes for him. Branwell would be a scholar, a painter, a poet. He would make the family name famous. The sisters were clever, yes, but they were only girls. Their futures were limited. But Branwell had no limits. This was the tragedy of Victorian expectations. The son, given every advantage, every encouragement, every opportunity, would destroy himself with drink and opium. The daughters, told their best hope was to marry or teach, would become some of the greatest novelists in the English language. Patrick invested everything in the wrong child. He could not see the genius under his own roof because it came in the wrong bodies. Female bodies. Bodies that were supposed to be vessels for children, not ideas. The boy himself seemed to believe it. He was brilliant, charming, full of energy. He talked about his future greatness constantly. He would be a painter, like Sir Joshua Reynolds. A poet like Byron. A writer whose name would echo through the ages. His sisters adored him, especially Charlotte, who was closest to him in age. They collaborated on the Angrian stories. They wrote poetry together. They walked the moors and talked about art and ambition. Charlotte believed in her brother. They all did. Emily was different from the others. Even as a child, she was solitary, fierce, independent. She loved the moors more than anyone. She would walk for hours alone, coming home windblown and silent. She was tall for a girl of her time, strong, athletic, uninterested in feminine accomplishments. She hated sewing, hated socialising, hated anything that confined her. There was something untouchable about Emily. A wildness that none of the others possessed. She seemed to belong not to the human world, but to the moors themselves. When she was away from Haworth, at school, at work, she literally could not survive. She would sicken, stop eating, pine away. Only on the moors was she fully alive. Only there was she herself. We have so few of Emily's own words outside her novel and poems. No letters survive. The diary fragments are brief and enigmatic. She remains a mystery. A presence felt, but never fully understood. Perhaps she preferred it that way. Perhaps her privacy was the one thing she would never surrender. Anne was the baby. Sweet-natured, gentle, often overlooked. She was Emily's special companion. The two of them created Gondal together and continued writing about it into their 20s. Where Emily was fierce, Anne was quiet. Where Emily was wild, Anne was careful. But they understood each other perfectly. Anne suffered from a respiratory condition even as a child, possibly asthma, possibly early signs of the tuberculosis that would kill her. She was delicate where Emily was robust. She required care and gentleness. Emily provided both, with tenderness she showed no one else. When Anne was ill, Emily sat with her. When Anne was sad, Emily walked with her on the moors. They were inseparable. Charlotte was the leader. Small, barely 5 feet tall, but fierce and ambitious. She read voraciously. Novels, poetry, history, anything she could get her hands on. She drew and painted with meticulous care. She wrote endlessly, filling notebook after notebook with tiny cramped handwriting. She was plain, she knew, small and plain and poor. But she had her mind, her imagination, her will. Charlotte's eyes were weak. She was severely nearsighted. To write, she had to hold the paper inches from her face. Perhaps this is why her handwriting was so small. Perhaps this is why she saw the world so intensely. What she could not see clearly, she imagined vividly. Her inner world was more vivid than the blurred reality outside it. She was also painfully aware of her limitations. In a world where a woman's worth was measured by beauty and marriageability, Charlotte knew she had neither. She channeled that awareness into her writing. Jane Eyre is a manifesto for plain women everywhere. A declaration that beauty is not the measure of a soul. That to be small and plain and poor is not to be worthless. The children grew older. Charlotte attended a school called Roe Head for a brief period in the 1830s, a better experience than Cowan Bridge, but still marked by homesickness. Emily tried school as well, but lasted only 3 months before the homesickness became unbearable. She physically pined for Haworth. She stopped eating, stopped sleeping. Charlotte brought her home before she died of it. Anne managed school better than her sisters, but she too preferred home. All of them did. The parsonage, for all its coldness and grief, was where they belonged. It was the only place they could breathe. But they could not stay children forever. By the late 1830s, they were young adults. Charlotte was in her 20s. They needed to earn their livings. And for poor, unmarried women of the middle class, there were exactly 2 options: governess or teacher. All 3 sisters tried both. And all 3 hated it. Being a governess meant living in someone else's house, caring for someone else's children. You were neither servant nor family member. You ate alone. You had no privacy, no freedom, no respect. The children were often spoiled and resentful. The parents treated you as a necessary inconvenience. The pay was terrible. Charlotte took a position with a family called the Sidgwicks in 1839. She lasted less than 3 months. The children were undisciplined, the mother critical, the work exhausting. Charlotte was miserable. She wrote desperate letters home. She felt like a slave, she said. Worse than a slave. and fared somewhat better. She spent 5 years as a governess with 2 different families. She was conscientious, patient, determined to do well. But she was lonely and often ill. And she saw, up close, the casual cruelty of the wealthy toward those in their power. She would write about it later in The Tenant of Wildfell Hall, one of the first novels to deal honestly with alcoholism and domestic abuse. Emily tried being a teacher at a school near Halifax. She lasted 6 months. She was desperately homesick, barely able to function. She came home thin and silent and haunted. After that, no one tried to send her away again. Emily would stay at Haworth. She would keep house for her father and aunt. She would walk the moors. She would write her poetry and her gondel stories. That was enough. In 1842, Charlotte had an idea. What if she and Emily could study abroad? Learn French, German, music. They could open their own school when they returned. Be their own employers. Have some independence. Aunt Branwell agreed to fund it. The girls would go to Brussels. In February 1842, Charlotte and Emily enrolled at the Pensionnat Heger, a girls' school in Brussels run by Monsieur and Madame Heger. It was Charlotte's first time leaving England. Emily's too. They were terrified and exhilarated in equal measure. The school was everything Cowan Bridge had not been. Warm, intellectually stimulating, cosmopolitan. Monsieur Heger was a gifted teacher. He recognised Charlotte's talent immediately and pushed her to develop it. He gave her books, discussed literature with her, critiqued her writing. Charlotte, starved for intellectual companionship, bloomed under his attention. She also fell in love with him. Constantine Heger was married, with children. He was not particularly handsome. But he was brilliant, passionate about ideas, and he took Charlotte seriously as an intellect. For Charlotte, 26 years old, plain, poor, convinced she would never marry, this was intoxicating. Nothing happened, of course. Heger was an honourable man. He was kind to Charlotte, but nothing more. Still, Charlotte's feelings deepened. She tried to hide them. She mostly succeeded. But the longing was there, burning beneath her quiet exterior. In November 1842, Aunt Branwell died suddenly. Charlotte and Emily returned to Haworth for the funeral. Emily stayed home after that. She had no desire to return to Brussels. But Charlotte went back. She told herself it was to finish her studies. Time? One's? Really, it was to be near Heger. The second year in Brussels was miserable. Madame Heger, who had perhaps guessed Charlotte's feelings, grew cold. She kept Charlotte busy with menial tasks, kept her away from her husband. Charlotte was lonely, isolated, desperately unhappy. She stayed until January 1844, and then she came home for good. After she left, Charlotte wrote Heger letters. Passionate, desperate letters. She tried to make them sound casual, but the longing bled through every line. Heger did not respond. Or if he did, his responses were brief and discouraging. Eventually, Charlotte stopped writing. She had been rejected, and she knew it. She channeled the pain into her writing. Years later, in Villette, she would put Heger in her novel as Paul Emmanuel, the difficult, brilliant teacher whom the heroine loves hopelessly. It's one of the most psychologically acute portraits of unrequited love in literature. And it's drawn directly from Charlotte's own heart. By 1845, all three sisters were back at Haworth. The school plan had failed. They had advertised for pupils but received no responses. No one wanted to send their daughters to a remote parsonage in Yorkshire run by unknown governesses. The dream was over before it began. Charlotte was 29. Emily was 27. Anne was 25. Unmarried, unemployed, living with their aging father and their increasingly dissolute brother. Branwell's grand dreams had all come to nothing. He had failed as a painter, as a tutor, as everything he tried. He was drinking heavily. The golden boy was tarnished. The sisters might have lived and died in obscurity, might have become nothing more than footnotes in the history of their famous parsonage. Three spinsters caring for an aging father in a remote village. It was the fate of thousands of Victorian women. Quiet lives, invisible lives, lives that left no mark on the world. But these particular spinsters had spent their childhoods creating worlds. They had written millions of words before they turned 20. They had taught themselves narrative technique through endless practice. They had developed voices that were uniquely their own. The years of isolation had not been wasted. They had been training. Except for one thing. They could write. And they were about to prove it. In the autumn of 1845, Charlotte made a discovery. She found a notebook of Emily's poems. She read them. And she was stunned. Emily's poetry was unlike anything Charlotte had read. Dark, mystical, intensely powerful. Poems about freedom and death, about the moors and the soul, about a fierce inner life that had nothing to do with the quiet, austere woman who kept house for their father. These were the poems of a genius. One poem in particular stopped Charlotte cold. "No coward soul is mine," it began. Emily wrote of a faith beyond conventional religion, of a God that animated all living things, of her own soul, undaunted by death or doubt. The poem was defiant, almost arrogant in its certainty. This was not the voice of a timid Yorkshire spinster. This was the voice of a prophet. Another poem described a prisoner in a dungeon, visited by a wild vision of freedom. The imagery was ecstatic, almost hallucinatory. Scholars still debate whether Emily experienced genuine mystical states. What is certain is that she had access to something most people never touch. Some deep well of consciousness. Some doorway to the infinite. Charlotte showed them to Anne. Anne quietly revealed that she too had been writing poetry. Charlotte looked at her own work, years of poems tucked away in drawers, and suddenly she saw a possibility. Yes, they could publish. Together. A joint volume of poetry by three sisters. Emily was furious when Charlotte suggested it. Her poems were private, not meant for the world. She felt violated by Charlotte's discovery of them. But Charlotte was persuasive. Charlotte was always persuasive. And eventually Emily agreed. On one condition: they would publish under pseudonyms. Male pseudonyms. And so Currer, Ellis and Acton Bell were born. Currer for Charlotte, Ellis for Emily, Acton for Anne. Androgynous names. Names that could be male or female. The sisters used their own money, the small inheritance from Aunt Branwell, to pay for publication. The book came out in May 1846. It sold 2 copies. 2. In the entire first year of publication, exactly 2 people bought the poems by Currer, Ellis and Acton Bell. The reviews were few and lukewarm. The book disappeared without a trace. But the sisters were not discouraged. By the time the poems were published, they were already working on something else. Novels. All 3 of them, simultaneously, were writing novels. Charlotte was working on The Professor, based on her experiences in Brussels. Emily was writing Wuthering Heights, a dark tale of passion and revenge on the Yorkshire moors. Anne was writing Agnes Grey, a quiet, realistic portrait of a governess's life. They wrote at the dining room table, all together in the same room, late into the night. Walking in circles around the table, discussing plot points and character development. They critiqued each other's work. They read passages aloud. They encouraged each other when the work was hard. And upstairs they could hear Branwell, drunk, raving, sometimes weeping. Branwell Bronte's decline had been gradual then sudden. He had taken a position as a tutor with a wealthy family called the Robinsons. And there, he said, he'd fallen in love with his employer's wife. Mrs. Robinson, he claimed, loved him in return. They had an affair. They planned to marry after her husband died. How much of this was true is still debated. Branwell was discovered in some kind of inappropriate relationship with Mrs. Robinson and dismissed from his position in disgrace. That much is fact. Whether it was truly an affair, or whether Branwell had made unwanted advances, or whether he simply fantasized the whole thing, we will never know. What is certain is that Branwell believed it was real. And when Mr. Robinson died, and Mrs. Robinson married someone else, someone rich and age-appropriate, Branwell was shattered. He came home to Holworth in the summer of 845 and never left again. He drank. He took laudanum. He ran up debts at every public house in the village. He raved about his lost love. He threatened suicide. He had fits of delirium, tremens. Patrick was heartbroken. His son, his brilliant son, had fallen so far. The sisters were angry, frustrated, exhausted. They loved Branwell, but he was destroying himself and making their lives miserable in the process. Charlotte wrote bitterly in her letters about her brother. She could not forgive him for wasting his gifts, for choosing drink and self-pity over work. The sisters were writing great novels in the dining room while Branwell sobbed in his bedroom. The contrast was stark. But there was love too beneath the anger. Charlotte had adored Branwell once. They had been creative partners, co-creators of Angria. She remembered the boy he had been, brilliant, funny, full of promise. To see him destroy himself was a special kind of torture. It was like watching her own childhood die. Emily said little about Branwell's condition, but she cared for him dutifully. She brought him food he would not eat. She cleaned up after his episodes. She listened to his ravings with patience she showed no one else. Perhaps she understood something the others did not. Perhaps she saw in Branwell's despair a mirror of her own fierce inner life. They were both extreme people in different ways. And yet, they must have known on some level what was coming. Branwell was not just drunk. He was sick. He had a cough. A persistent worsening cough. He was losing weight. He had night sweats. Tuberculosis. Family disease. It was back. But before the disease claimed anyone else, the sisters had a triumph. In the spring and summer of 1847, they sent their novels out to publishers. The professor was rejected repeatedly. Charlotte was disappointed but philosophical. She started work on a second novel. But Emily's Wuthering Heights and Anne's Agnes Grey were accepted by a small publisher named Thomas Courtly Newby. They would be published together as a 3-volume set. The books came out in December 1847. By that time, Charlotte's second novel was also out. She had written it in less than a year. A story of an orphan girl, plain and poor but fierce and passionate. A girl who becomes a governess and falls in love with her employer, the dark and difficult Mr. Rochester. The novel was called Jane Eyre. It was published on 19th October 1847. And it was an immediate sensation. The critics raved. Readers devoured it. Who was this Currer Bell? Where had he come from? The novel was passionate, unconventional, psychologically complex in a way Victorian novels rarely were. The heroine was no passive beauty. She was small and plain and angry. She demanded equality, respect, love on her own terms. It was revolutionary. Do you think, because I'm poor, obscure, plain and little, I am soulless and heartless? Jane cries to Rochester. You think wrong. I have as much soul as you and full as much heart. Readers had never encountered anything like it. Here was a woman who refused to be diminished, who demanded to be seen as an equal, who spoke truths that Victorian society preferred to keep silent. The novel touched something deep in its readers. Women especially. Women who had been told all their lives to be quiet, to be grateful, to accept their place. Here was Jane Eyre saying no. Saying I deserve more. Saying I will not be a possession or a convenience or a decoration. The book was a revelation. Jane Eyre became one of the best-selling novels of the decade. Charlotte Bronte at 31 was famous. Except no one knew Charlotte Bronte had written it. They thought Currer Bell was a man. Or possibly a woman. Or possibly multiple people. The speculation was intense. Emily's Wuthering Heights, published 2 months later, received a more mixed reception. Some critics were appalled. The book was violent, dark, morally ambiguous. The characters were cruel and obsessive. Heathcliff was barely human. Catherine was wild and selfish. The whole thing was too strange, too fierce, too much. But others recognised its power. This was not like other novels. This was something new, something almost mythic. The Moors themselves seemed to be a character, wild and indifferent to human suffering. The love story was not gentle or redemptive. It was destructive, all-consuming, eternal. Wuthering Heights would later be recognised as one of the greatest novels in the English language. But in 1847, most people didn't know what to make of it. It was too far ahead of its time. What critics missed was the novel's cosmic scope. This was not a love story in any conventional sense. Catherine and Heathcliff were not lovers who met and courted and married. They were something more primordial. Two halves of the same soul, split apart by class and circumstance. "I am Heathcliff," Catherine cries. Not "I love Heathcliff." I am Heathcliff. Their love was not romance. It was identity. Essence. Something beyond the material world. Emily took everything she had learned in Gondal, the fierce landscapes, the doomed dynasties, the passion that destroys everything it touches, and distilled it into one novel. She would never write another. She didn't need to. Everything she had to say was in those pages. And Agnes Grey was largely overlooked. It was published in the same volume as Wuthering Heights, but it was quieter, less dramatic. A realistic story of a governess's struggles. No passion, no violence, just careful observation of the small cruelties of everyday life. But Anne was already at work on her second novel. The Tenant of Wildfell Hall. A book about a woman who leaves her alcoholic, abusive husband to protect her son. It was based in part on Anne's observations of Branwell. It was unflinching in its portrayal of addiction and domestic violence. And it argued that women had the right to leave bad marriages. In 1848, this was radical. The Tenant of Wildfell Hall was published in June 1848. It sold well, though critics were shocked by its subject matter. Anne Bronte, the quietest and sweetest of the sisters, had written something genuinely subversive. In the preface to the second edition, Anne defended her choice of subject matter. "When we have to do with vice and vicious characters," she wrote, "I maintain it is better to depict them as they really are than as they would wish to appear." She was tired, she said, of novels that made villainy look attractive. That prettified sin. She wanted to show the truth. And the truth about alcoholism, about abusive marriage, was not pretty. Charlotte never fully appreciated The Tenant of Wildfell Hall. After Anne's death, Charlotte prevented the novel from being republished. She thought it was a mistake, she said, that Anne had chosen an unsuitable subject. It took more than a century for Anne's reputation to recover from Charlotte's judgment. Today, The Tenant of Wildfell Hall is recognised as one of the first feminist novels. Anne was ahead of her time. Perhaps too far ahead for even her own sister to see. So, by the summer of 1848, all three sisters were published novelists. Charlotte was famous. Emily and Anne were known, if less celebrated. They had done it. They had broken through. Three poor, obscure women from a remote Yorkshire village had made their mark on literature. And upstairs, Branwell was dying. By September 1848, he was bedridden. The cough was constant now. Blood in the handkerchiefs. fever that came and went, delirium. He was 31 years old and wasting to nothing. His father sat with him, Patrick Bronte, who had once had such hopes for his only son. The sisters came in and out, bringing water, changing the bedclothes. What did they feel? Grief, certainly. Pity. Anger, maybe, at the waste of it all. Relief that the chaos would soon be over. All of these things at once. Bramwell died on 24th September 1848. His father was with him at the end. Patrick had now buried his wife and 3 children. He was 71 years old. The funeral was held at the church, just beyond the parsonage wall. The 3 sisters attended: Charlotte, Emily, Anne. They stood in the cold church and listened to their father perform the service. Another Bronte in the family vault. It was raining. The wind was fierce. Emily stood through the whole service without a shawl. She caught cold walking home. The cold turned into a cough. The cough worsened. Emily Bronte was 30 years old in the autumn of 1848. Tall, strong, capable. She had never been seriously ill in her life. She walked the moors in all weather. She was healthy. She would be fine. But the cough did not go away. And by October it was getting worse. Charlotte watched her sister with growing alarm. She knew that cough. She had heard it from Maria, from Elizabeth, from Branwell just weeks ago. She knew what it meant. Emily refused to admit anything was wrong. She got up every morning at 7. She fed the dogs. She kneaded the bread. She went about her household tasks with grim determination. When Charlotte suggested she rest, Emily snapped at her. When Charlotte suggested calling the doctor, Emily refused outright. Emily Bronte did not believe in doctors. She called medicine quackery. She had seen what doctors did. The bleeding, the purging, the useless remedies that only made people suffer more. She would not submit to that. She would not be prodded and examined and dosed with poisons. If she was going to die, she would die on her own terms. In this, Emily was not entirely wrong. Victorian medicine had almost nothing to offer tuberculosis patients. The common treatments, bloodletting, mercury compounds, opium, did more harm than good. Some doctors prescribed sea air or mountain air. Others recommended complete bed rest. Still others insisted on vigorous exercise. No one knew what caused the disease. No one knew how to cure it. The bacteria that caused tuberculosis would not be discovered until 1882, 34 years after Emily's death. So Emily's refusal of medical help was not simply stubbornness. It was a kind of clear-eyed realism. The doctors could not save her. Nothing could save her. She would spend her remaining time on her own terms, doing the things she loved. Walking the moors, feeding her dogs, living as she had always lived. Until she couldn't anymore. But she was not ready to die yet. So she simply pretended she was not ill. She forced herself through each day. She would not stay in bed. She would not complain. She would not acknowledge weakness. Charlotte and Anne watched helplessly. They could see Emily fading. Time? Wands. Losing weight. Growing pale. The cough was constant now, racking her whole frame. She could barely catch her breath. Still, she refused all help. In November, Charlotte wrote to her publisher. She could not write, she said. She could not think about novels or revisions or anything except her sister. Emily was very ill and would not see a doctor. Charlotte was terrified. Anne was terrified too. But Anne was also beginning to feel unwell herself. She had a cough. Not as bad as Emily's yet, but it was there. She said nothing. What good would it do? Emily was dying in front of them. Charlotte was barely holding herself together. Anne would not add to their burdens. December came. Cold, dark December. Emily was still forcing herself to rise, to work. But she was so weak now that she could barely stand. She leaned on furniture to cross a room. She paused for breath every few steps. Her eyes were huge in her wasted face. Charlotte begged her to rest, to see a doctor, to take something for the pain. Emily refused. She was angry now, defensive. She snapped at her sisters when they tried to help. "Leave me alone," she said. "I'm fine." She was not fine. On the morning of 19th December 1848, Emily came downstairs as usual. She fed the dogs. She tried to pick up her sewing. And then she collapsed. Charlotte and Anne carried her to the sofa. For the first time, Emily did not fight them. She was too weak to fight. She lay on the sofa, struggling to breathe, and finally, she whispered that they could send for the doctor. It was too late. The doctor came that afternoon. He examined Emily and shook his head. There was nothing to be done. Her lungs were gone. She was drowning in her own body. It was a matter of hours now, not days. Emily died at 2 o'clock that afternoon. She was 30 years old. She had been ill for less than 3 months. Charlotte was with her at the end. So was Anne, Time, Hans, and their father. Emily died on the sofa in the dining room, the room where she had written Wuthering Heights. The dogs lay at her feet. She reached down to touch them one last time. And then she was gone. Charlotte wrote to a friend that night. Her letter was brief and stark. Emily was dead. She had suffered terribly. She had refused all comfort to the end. Charlotte's grief was beyond words. The funeral was held 3 days later. December 25th, 1848. Patrick performed the service again. Another daughter in the vault. Another coffin next to Maria, Elizabeth Branwell. Emily Bronte, who loved the moors more than anything, was buried beneath the stone floor of the church. She never saw the open sky again. Keeper, Emily's dog, a fierce mastiff she had tamed with her bare hands, attended the funeral. Charlotte wrote later that he lay at Emily's bedroom door for weeks afterward, whimpering. He seemed to understand that his mistress was gone, that she would not come back. He grieved, as dogs grieve, silently, loyally, with a broken heart. The parsonage was so quiet after Emily died. She had been the one who kept the household running. She had done the cooking, the baking, the cleaning. She had been the centre of the house, even if she rarely spoke. Now there was just absence. an Emily-shaped hole in every room. Charlotte and Anne came home from the funeral and looked at each other. They were the only ones left. 2 sisters out of 6 children. And Anne was coughing. Anne had been coughing for weeks. She'd hidden it as well as she could. But now, with Emily dead, there was no hiding it anymore. Charlotte heard the cough and felt her heart break. Not again. Please, not again. But it was the same cough, the same fever, the same slow wasting. Tuberculosis. Anne did not fight it the way Emily had. She was different from Emily in every way. Where Emily had been fierce and defiant, Anne was gentle and resigned. She knew she was dying, and scared. She accepted it. But she was only 28 years old and she did not want to die yet. She saw a doctor. She took the medicines he prescribed. She rested. She tried to eat, even though she had no appetite. She did everything Charlotte asked of her. She wanted to live. She fought for life in her own quiet way. January passed. February. March. Anne grew weaker. Cough was constant. She could not sleep lying down anymore. She sat propped up in bed, struggling for breath. Charlotte sat with her through the long nights. They were alone now, the 2 of them. Grandma had died in September, Emily in December. It was now April, and Anne was dying. 6 months. 3 deaths in 6 months. Charlotte was 32 years old and felt ancient. She'd watched her mother die, the 2 elder sisters, her brother, Emily, and now Anne. How much grief could one person bear? Anne knew she was dying. She could feel it. But she had one wish. She wanted to see the sea. She had only seen the ocean once as a governess years ago. She had loved it. The vastness of it. The clean salt air. The sound of the waves. She wanted to see it one more time before she died. Charlotte thought this was madness. Anne was far too ill to travel. The journey would kill her. She should stay home, stay in bed, conserve her strength. But Anne was gentle, not weak. She insisted. She would go to the sea. She would breathe the sea air. She would die by the ocean if necessary. But she would not die in the parsonage. Not in that cold, dark house where everyone died. Not in Holworth. Charlotte gave in. She arranged for them to go to Scarborough, a seaside town on the east coast. Anne's former employer, the Robinson family, had a house there. It was May now. The sea air might help. Charlotte did not believe it. But she would give Anne this one thing. They left Haworth on 24th May 1849. Anne, Charlotte and their friend Ellen Nussey, who came along to help. Time? Sir. The journey was difficult. Anne had to stop frequently to rest. She could barely walk. Charlotte and Ellen supported her between them. But Anne was determined. She wanted to see the sea. They arrived in Scarborough on 25th May. Anne was exhausted, feverish, barely conscious. But the next morning Charlotte took her to the window. And there it was. The sea. Anne looked at it for a long time. The light on the water. The gulls. The sound of the waves. She smiled. She died 2 days later. On 28th May 1849. 3 days after arriving in Scarborough. Charlotte was with her. So was Ellen Nussey. Anne's last moments were peaceful, unlike Emily's fierce struggle. She asked to be moved to a chair by the window so she could see the sea one last time. She said a prayer. She thanked Charlotte for bringing her. And then she closed her eyes. Anne Bronte was 29 years old. She had published 2 novels. She had seen the ocean. She was ready. Charlotte wrote to her father that night. The letter was brief and stark. Anne was dead. She had died peacefully. Charlotte could not come home yet. She needed time. She stayed in Scarborough for a few more days, walking on the beach, staring at the sea, trying to understand how she was supposed to go on. Charlotte arranged for Anne to be buried in Scarborough. She could not bear the thought of bringing another coffin back to Holworth. Could not bear another funeral in that church. Anne would stay here by the sea she loved. So Anne Bronte is the only one of the Bronte children not buried in the family vault. She lies in St Mary's Churchyard in Scarborough, overlooking the ocean. Alone. Charlotte came home to Holworth on 1st June 1849. She came home alone. The parsonage was silent. Her father was there, of course. 72 years old now. He had buried his wife and 5 children. Only Charlotte remained. She walked through the empty house. The dining room where they had all written their novels together, walking in circles around the table. The stairs where Emily had struggled up and down, refusing help. Branwell's room. Anne's room. All empty now. Charlotte was 33 years old. She was the last of her generation. The sole survivor. And she was utterly, completely alone. How do you go on when everyone you love is dead? Charlotte Bronte did not know. In the months after Anne's death, she barely functioned. She moved through the parsonage like a ghost. She could not write. She could not read. She could barely speak. Her father worried about her. Patrick Bronte, who had always been so distant, tried to comfort his last remaining child. But what comfort could he offer? He had lost 5 children. He understood grief. But understanding did not make it easier to bear. Charlotte's publisher wrote to her. Her friends wrote to her. They urged her to work. To write. Work, they said, would save her. It would give her something to live for. Charlotte did not want to be saved. She wanted her sisters back. She wanted to sit at the dining room table with Emily and Anne, walking in circles, discussing their stories. She wanted to hear Emily's fierce opinions about plot structure, Anne's gentle suggestions about character. She wanted the life she had lost. But that life was gone. And slowly, painfully, Charlotte began to accept it. She had been working on a novel before the death began. Surely. She'd started it when everyone was still alive, when there had been hope. Now she picked it up